her comfy throne. Smart as hell with a side of flair. Politics sass and a killer stare. Casey's lurking tail in the frame. Chat's already playing their games. That target day, sharp and bold. Hot takes drop while the chaos unfolds. Truth with life both in the way. Still showing up every streaming day. Brains and vibes, she leads the pack. Now buckle in, no looking back. That dark night, let's
go. Good morning, everybody. Again, that song is such a jam. I'm sorry. I suppose it's weird to like a song that's kind of got your name in it, but I enjoy it. It's a good song. Gets me fired up for the stream, which is what it needs to do. Hey, Waffle Fry, good to see you again. Hi, Dildo and Zero. We'll say this because we're in the first few minutes of the stream. The intro song lies. It says you're sharp and bold. I'm sharp. Have you seen this nose? That's sharp and bold, boys. Kanye's song. I knew someone would bring up because I was talking about, and I should have known it would have been you, Dildo. I'm fine with Zero. You shouldn't be. Yeah, guys. Welcome. Good morning. Well, good evening. Good night. Whatever the point is, wherever you are. It is daylight where I'm at. So yeah, that's it. That's why I should say good morning. We are ready for our session 2. I have processed the transcript a little bit more. Thanks to Grok, I did it in 8 batches, so 8 files, 8 text files. And yeah, look, it's not that great. I've noticed some errors, but Grok did its best, and it's been demoted to it. But anyway, let the slop flow. Let us go. And you know what? Guess what? As soon as I started, I saw this morning, or last night, I think it was. As soon as I'm like on my way to diagramming this one, Peterson goes and has freaking Douglas Murray on his channel. So, like, I need to go and listen to that one, but we're still busy with this. Okay, one at a time. We have to stick to it. But I was very tempted to go and get stuck in on that one, but no, we're busy with this one still. And yeah, James Lindsay is still very active on X, having to defend himself because of this. Yeah, it remains topical. Do I, Kitty? Do I what? Do I stick to one thing? No. Okay. I tried to figure out if I could do the background music for you guys today without absolute mayhem ensuing with the virtual cable. So let us see if it works. Okay. And Dave Smith talks about Tucker Carlson about it too. The debate is a never-ending rabbit hole. They do talk about Douglas Murray and Joe Rogan in this conversation, and I will make some points about it when it comes up. Need to watch more Murray. Okay. Here, let's see if you guys how you guys like. Let's see if the audio cuts out with the intro music. The background music. I'm playing it through a different program. So this is the space music that I'm playing in the background. Is it okay? Can you hear it at all? I can up it if you need. But yeah, it's nice to have something going on in the background when I'm busy typing. So I thought I should really solve that problem. I'm hoping my alerts also work today. But either way, the things are colorful enough. Music is a bit loud. Okay. We can bring it down. I can even bring it down in the program. Come up. let's bring it down here. Is that okay? Soft porn music. Yay, more pretty kitty. How's it going? Hey, Cinny. Cinny's fish. Sorry, I miss Cinny. So is it okay? Has it gone down a little bit for you at all? Still a bit loud. Okay. Is that's just you not wanting to hear it, Creamage? Okay, I'll put it at 8 over there. And it's like 5% now. Maybe a little more. Are you guys just trying to get me not to put the music? Okay, now. How is it now? Sorry, I wasn't looking. Adam Friended is seething somewhere about background music. Does he not like background music? That's fine. I'm happy with you calling me Sunny. Yeah, you wish. Good. Good, but lower. Like, Sherry, you're not helping with that emoji. It's good. Okay. Okay, it's good. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we had some. For the past few weeks, Adam has been complaining about it every time it comes up. Well, I can complain about it a lot because it's unruly. Unsure about the porno twat music, but it is what it is. I can change the song, and I don't know if it's gonna loop. I should actually check that it loops because there's some heavy metal and stuff that it could go into. I can change the song. We could go to Unicorn Heads or URL melt. Thanks for holding. You will be answered in the order it was received. Okay, fine. I'll tell you. There, it's got a bit of. Can you shuffle through some? I've only got a few that are like. I need to download more from the what's the name? What do you call it? From the YouTube thing, the Commons, basically Creative Commons. And make some of my own, I suppose. I just want lo-fi stuff in the background, actually. Okay, but that's it. I think we've tried. I tried. Also, Rosales, I'm enjoying your new logo. Okay. Oh, I should probably change so you can see what I'm doing. Your call is important to us. Please hold. Please hold and increase my watch time. Let's go. Let's add our. Sounds good to me. Okay. Thank you for. Hey, it's better than nothing. Okay. Okay. We were there. Let's add that. Somebody just dumped a whole bunch of stuff in the garbage chute. Do not redeem. Your youngest hates the new logo. Why? There's this other comic. I think I don't know what it is, but the R was the same as yours. So I'm glad that you've changed it. Should have told you. Your voice is all I need. Yes. Absolutely. Okay. We are gonna get going, guys. We all good? Everybody good? Strapped in? Strapped on? I've got the processed thingy over here, and it's in a beautiful view. So we can go a bit faster today, I think. If I'm a good girl, we can go faster. So we are in 20 minutes. You whisper to me, Colin, as I'm on. Okay, enough. That's enough. We've played around enough. You know what? I'm gonna have to start making. I know. Yeah, Dilda's gonna have to be a member for this because I still haven't figured out how to turn on and off membership only chat in the beginning because I want to turn it on only in the beginning so I can only be distracted by members in the beginning and then turn it off for the rest of the stream. But yeah, we're figuring that out. as usual. So bonks dildo. There you go. Creamage is the horny police, I suppose. Let's do this. Okay, and we are at 20 minutes 53. Let's go back here.
Okay, so game.
How's the video audio? How's the virtual cable once I start that? Because the virtual cable likes to fuck itself up. Let's see if it's going to echo.
That can integrate a large
Yeah, it's probably echoing. Okay, I've done it. I've changed it. I've fixed it. It's not echoing
number
anymore.
of people. Okay,
Yes.
so that's a slightly different function, right?
Yeah. Okay. There we go. 250. Right. So we were at last is they're talking about the games that can integrate a large number of people. This is creating a changing the rules. You failing at a game, so you change the rules and make a new game in which you are successful. That's what they're leading towards. Getting to distract Kitty. It's literally called, the perk is called Distract Kitty. It is. It's kind of like super chats without super chatting in the beginning. Okay. So, there you go. I just have to figure it out. The moment I figure it out, you're all fucked. Okay. Integrate people. So yeah, we were still on a bit of a speech from Peterson over here. Today, here is your first yell at the Zoom function on Xmind. Okay, Xmind. We were at, these are games that integrate a large number of people, I think. Okay, I need to catch up on this. You mix the genes. Okay, that's fine. We've done that. Okay. Where are we at? I want to add one more thing to that. So imagine the system of knowledge. We've got that. Where are we at? I'm trying to... sorry, as much as I have it formatted, I need to navigate to the right point. 5% of the population. No, what's my nearest one? These are games that integrate a large number. Okay, so I'm going to have to do a Control F. Okay, very good. Okay, okay, so you can see, I should have told the AI to just pick up when somebody says, okay, so that is Peterson. Peterson does so all the time. Anyway.
Because now it's like if you and I decide to play basketball, that's a slightly different function, number of people. Okay, so that's a...
Sorry, watch, I have taken my medication.
slightly different function, right? Because now it's like
hold up.
Integrate a large number of people. These are games that can integrate a large number of people.
Okay, over here.
Okay, so that's a slightly different function, right? Because now it's like...
that's a slightly different function. What's that? What's a slightly different function? I'm trying to follow you. Your exact words. Music is too loud to be... okay, let's bring you down again. I'm trying to bring it down even more over here. There. The video is a little too quiet in comparison. Okay, let's put it here. And yeah. Yeah, the video should be higher. Okay, there, I've put it much higher. Let's see.
If you and I decide to play basketball, we're going to produce a hierarchy within that set of...
Good. I love the troubleshooting people. Thank you. So that's a slightly different function. What do you mean by slightly different function? I get hung up on like tiny little phrases that I want to understand, but this could just be a throwaway thing that his brain just put out there. So that's a slight, like, this could be a half-formed idea. Turn up the music, mute the waffles. Pancakes is here, and we've got a waffle fry. The thing is, it's gonna get hot in here. Okay, so that's a slightly different function, right? Because now it's like if you and I decide to play. Okay, let's just get into this. Is an interesting point. I don't know what he means by it, but yeah, pancakes versus waffle fry. The saga continues. Okay, so that's a slightly different, because if you and I decide to play basketball, we're going to produce a hierarchy. Okay, so I'm with that. Okay. Is erring in making the game something more to decide? People decide to play. Participation in society is something you have no choice in. It's something designed. But you do, people when you are participating in society and you are failing in it, you try to change society. So that's the decision that happens. I agree with you that there is no choice but to interact with society. But what happens with these activists is they try and change society so that the rules change so that they're on top, which is all revolution. Meow! Did you guys hear it? Hello, just got back from kayaking. Are we going to get silly? I hope so. Obviously, we're going to get silly. We always get silly, Lucifer. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed your kayaking. Meow. Or reform. Yeah, revolution, reform, getting rid of oppression, that sort of thing is happening. And James Lindsay will get into that later on. So let's see. And this, what I enjoyed about this is the analogy of it. Okay, it's just we obviously are being very simplistic about something that is infinitely complex. Society is very complex because humans are very complex. But we can also simplify it and say, okay, well, this is the core of it, and a lot of factors go around it, which I'm a fan of. I'm a fan of understanding simple and then going, oh my God, it's crazy.
Of rules, right? Whatever set of rules you lay out, people are going to be differentially able at implementing.
That's right.
Right? Any set of rules.
That's right.
Right. So for
okay. So that do we get it? What he's saying here is, as soon as you have a game society, as soon as you have any expectation, anything where somebody wins and somebody loses, or somebody does better than somebody else, you're going to have a hierarchy. This is a thing that also just, you know, we live in a society, yes, although we do. One of the things that it seemed like leftists, or myself when I was very early leftist in university and things, I kind of felt like, no, we must get rid of the hierarchy. We have to get rid of hierarchy. It's bad. But you can't do that because it's programmed into us. It is our nature. You cannot go beyond it. So a lot of the stuff like that does make me think back, that feeling of, okay, it's inevitable, that inevitability that made me agree with Tim Pool at the end of the last diagram, that, you know what, shit's just going to get real. It makes me go, yeah, okay, maybe this tactic of woke tactics, right? This behavior of wokeness is actually, it's just how people fight with each other, and it's never going to go away. I listened back to a little bit of me talking, and I was like, oh, okay, she's very idealistic. She wants people to remain principled and things like that, but that's not what people do. That's not how humans work. But at the same time, I've lately at least been holding on to the idea that ideals are still important. Even though there's inevitability about it, that doesn't mean we have to now just give up. You have to have an ideal that you keep striving for. You have to try to be the least worst in your life. Young kids is smashing the patriarchy. I'd pay to see that. Oh yeah, I was totally... Actually, I wasn't even left enough. for my university, because when I did gender studies, I was too much interested in, and gender studies, it was gender in psychology. Okay, so it was in an application of a soft science. But yeah, one of the stories I always tell is I focused on sex being the basis for gender characteristics. So even if you are performing a different gender, the performance of female comes from the traits that a female sexed person has. The caretaking, the softness, the whatever, all of that. Gender is based in sex. Woo, that was not a popular thing during my time. And I also asked, like, where are the matriarchies? I want to know how matriarchies work. Find me matriarchies. And also tell me how they can't tend towards tyranny either. Anyway, P is stalled in the balls. Yes. No more. I think it was some French commie, or what's this? I think even Kropotkin or another early Ancom said to leave shoes to the shoemakers and whatnot. I think it's a French commie. I just remember Foucault. That's all that I was fed for about a year in social psychology as well. Anyway, so that's the slightly different function, right? Because, okay, so I am very interested in what the frack that could mean. Okay, so I think I'll give it its own block. The 49 Afrikaner refugees, guys. So if you didn't know, Americans, you guys are taking in 49 Afrikaner refugees. Afrikaner farmers, Afrikaans, probably Dutch, okay, ish. You've granted some of them asylum. So people left South Africa and fled persecution to America, and they've been granted it. Free the Boer, yeah. So what is funny to me is with that, Snowbore, and I wonder what you think, is the name that has been given to these people, because we had the Voortrekkers, right? This is the people that our version of the pioneers, right? They were the ones that came before us. They did that in South Africa. They settled the land, whatever, and now they're called, the people that have left South Africa are called the Voetsackers, which like, I enjoy that. That's, look, you gotta understand, that's very funny. Come on, Nobo, do you think it's funny? I do. They're called the Voetsackers. so because they fucked off. They called the fuck offers, like they fucked off. It doesn't translate as perfectly, but yeah, in Afrikaans they fucked off, and they're not Voortrekkers, they fuck offers. Kind of, it's very funny. And they've gone to America, and I don't know. I think a lot of that's not a Boer thing to do. Afrikaans people want to. This is their land. You know, this they deserve to be here. Go and speak to Spoon. Spoon is a Boer, and even though he doesn't live in South Africa anymore, it's like they still claim South Africa as their home. They're not Dutch. They're not supposed to go back to Holland. They're not supposed to go back to Europe. That is their land. So now these 49 Voetsackers have gone to America to go and, I suppose, expand the colony. I don't know. I think Spoof moved back. No, he hasn't moved back. Definitely not. I mean, we shouldn't ridicule them that much, and it should be seen as a problem because we need skilled people. But like, yeah, it's funny. No, it's funny, and yes, it is. Like, listen, our farmers disappearing is not a good thing. No. True. You're right. You're right, no Boer. But what is a Boer? Is a farmer. The word is farmer. It means farmer. Or to farm. Them leaving is a problem for South Africa, and I think South Africa is quite lucky that Afrikaners are that stubborn that they're not going to leave. That this is their land. That like they're not going. They're going. There's not that many that would be proud to leave South Africa. But if I suppose when you have your neighbor getting killed in a farm murder and a this and a that, That's very easy. It's probably a no-brainer thing. You might, for an Afrikaner to up sticks and leave, that is amazing. That means that there's a proper fear. So yes, I laugh because of the foot trackers and foot suckers, because that's just so Afrikaans and so South African to make such a flippant joke of it. But at the same time, it is a big deal, and it's a big issue that people feel they are persecuted and they just need to go. Because of the racial laws and things like that, and people don't give a shit why, because it's like, oh well, you had apartheid, so you deserve it. So hold on, sorry, my wires are crossed here, so just trying to figure them out, and they're pissing me off. Okay, there we go. Isn't Rhodesia paying reparations to the white farmers now? I think they're trying to make them come back, but they're not. I don't know. I think there's maybe like one farmer. But they aren't Dutch. No, they aren't Dutch anymore. They've been there for hundreds of years. So they're not Dutch anymore. But they aren't Dutch. I get it. I'm stupid. No, it's literally they were from Holland, but then they became the Afrikaner. It's so weird how you can sort of understand Dutch if you understand Afrikaans. But very different. Hey there, did it get clearer yesterday as to what we're talking about? They're talking about, no, it's not going to get clearer. You just need to actually hone in on what is being said in that one block most of the time. So and then we can see if we can generalize. When the neighbor gets fed through the wood chipper, it may be time to leave. Yeah, that's true. Aiden calls Spoon a Dutchoid. Yeah, because it's a what's the name? Yeah, he's an offshoot of Dutchness, and one of the things you call an Afrikaans person sometimes is Dutchman. But I don't do that anymore. At what point should the Afrikaans just be like, we don't need to water the motherfucker, let the motherfucker burn? I think, yeah, they would bail if there's going to be more and more that bail. I think so. My Twitch settings are blocking the bots. That's good. You're all Westoids to me. Because of the color of our skin. Okay. Hi. Let's go. Let's get into it. I'm familiar with your ovens. Yes. Dutch ovens. You know that Dutch oven is a real thing. But then the only way that I thought about it was the fart oven. Some are already doing it, and if the government doesn't do something to fix the problem, it will keep happening. Yeah, and Nobor and I will know, our government in South Africa, what they do is they say that's not a problem, it's not a problem, it's not a problem, and then it breaks. So they're not going to make it. They're going to let the problem get to the absolute worst, and then they'll maybe try and do something about it. If we lose the Afrikaners, we are screwed. I'm a white South African and not Afrikaans. Yeah. People also assume that if you're a white South African, you're Afrikaans. It's not the same thing. So when people said, "Oh, Kitty, you might be able to be a refugee in America," it's like, no, I'm just a normal whitey. I'm not an Afrikaans. I'm not a boot. Although my husband's half Afrikaans, so there's that. He could have been a farmer. I wouldn't mind that. Farmer's wife, Kitty! Okay, anyway. Let's go. Hi, Zax. Was Lincoln a dictator? Find out on the next episode. Kitty can't live in Orania. I could try, and I wonder if they would probably be upset with my Afrikaans. It's nie lekker nie. Let's go Oilers, says Lucifer. I'm technically half Afrikaans, but we're not the typical Dutch. We adopted Afrikaans, the language, German. So you're German? There's so many mixed breeds, pavement specials, basically, in South Africa. And Gordon thinks he's a pavement special. But he's just half Afrikaans, half English. That's not that bad. He's not a brak. Afrikaans. That's a good one. Okay. It was the War of Northern Aggression from where I live. Okay. when they left? I'm not sure. Okay, now Dutch are just swamp Germans. Listen, oh my god, if I could live in Holland, that would be amazing. I'm so pavement special on my dad's side. I'm German Polish on my mom's side. I'm Scottish English. Well, yeah, okay, so you're a proper brak. Yeah. We got to do some more South African stuff, guys. Look into Diagram South Africa. I've very much neglected my homeland because it makes me sad. That's basically it. It makes me sad, but it does make me laugh a lot of the time. Okay, let's get back into it. Intermission over. South Africa is the Wild West. It's the Wild South. It makes me sad as well. Yeah, it's a sad, sad place. We funny people. We are, honestly. South Africans are fucking hilarious. It's so good. Okay, I mean, I'm not saying myself, but like just a people. We have to laugh at things because we've been through so much shit. We just laugh at each other a lot of the time. If only we could just laugh, only, and not kill each other. That would be great. I'm like 5% African. Well, that's 5% goodness. Okay, that's 5%. Like, oh, yeah, you also meet Africans elsewhere, like in the Middle East. They're actually a lot of fun. Laugh together instead of at each other. Mm-hmm. I had a legal. Okay, cool. Let's see it. I want to hear Atheist Gamers. I had a legal guardian as a teen who was British descendant living in South Africa. He seemed to have a low view of Afrikaners. He told me they were mostly racist, which is perhaps racist in itself. No, there are very racist Afrikaners. That's true. You can't forget that they orchestrated apartheid, but you have to figure out which kind of Afrikaner you're dealing with. A lot of the time, they just want to go off and do their own thing. They just want to farm their land and they just want to grill. Okay, but there are some that are still just so fucking racist, and you just like, you didn't learn from this at all. You didn't learn anything. You still feel like you should oppress the black man. Good for you. But like there's a lot of that are actually great people, and our South African people are great. I'm starting to love Afrikaners. Some, yeah, like most of them, the dryness of an Afrikaner, the down to earthness of an Afrikaner is great. But there are some ugly people that you can meet where they absolutely they also one of the things that you experience being an expat from South Africa is people might think that just because you left South Africa you are a racist, and they kind of try and interact with you as if you're a racist, and you're like, sorry, I'm not part of that. I'm not part of that cohort. Sorry for you, that's not me. You enjoy being racist over there. And leave me the fuck alone. Thank you. Bye. Okay. I'm sand. Get off my land. Fishmonger, you. Guys, stop it. Okay. Let's stop. Let's stop. Let's get back into it. What? I'm gonna have to put a timestamp on this. Like, sorry, people that are trying to watch this later on. Okay. So that's a slightly different function. We're going to give that its own block because I would really like to understand why he did this. Kitty is your favorite racist. That's a very low standard of racist. But okay, I'm glad. You did derail it. No, Bor, but you're allowed to. Kitty colonizer what? Colonizer. Yeah, that before Black Panther, colonizer was something that you were called in South Africa on university campuses. So it was before that. Colonizer was definitely a thing. You white person, you're a colonizer. Now it's lost its impact now that I'm saying it. Because when I first heard it, I was like, oh my god, I was so upset. I guess I was younger. I'm going to work at the new Disneyland. Is there going to be a new Disneyland? As the colonizer? Okay, because now it's like if you and I decide to play basketball, we're going to produce a hierarchy within that set of rules. Okay, yes. Okay, and do you guys get it? So when you play a game, there's a set of rules, and when there's a set of rules, there is proficiency to how you follow them. Are you doing it better than another person, right? That will then give us a hierarchy. I don't know what hierarchy within rules you get in basketball. So within the rules of basketball, let's think about it. Yeah, okay. So it's not that the rules create the hierarchy itself. It's the application of the rules. It's the fact that you have decided what is success and what is failure in the game. That's the rules. And then whoever does better at success or failure, that creates a hierarchy. So yeah, it took me a while to put it together. Let's actually see how we can diagram this to make him make sense. Because now, if I decide we're going to produce a hierarchy within a set of rules, so now he explains it further. How far can you jump, Honky? You know what? I know Honky is supposed to be a very it's supposed to really offend white people, but I think it's a hilarious word because of just the way that it's said. Honky. Just the way that I know it is from, like Southern things in movies, obviously, because I'm not American. So yes, as an outsider, honky is a very funny word. I think you can't call myself honky all the time. It's just a funny word. I guess it would be the equivalent would be mlungu in South Africa. You just called a white in South Africa, but I don't know. Like, I didn't like that. Okay, right. Whatever sets of rules you lay out are going to be differently able. So you see, this is what we're talking about there. Whatever sets of rules you lay out, people are going to be differentially able at implementing. So there's going to be people that are good and bad at winning at the game. Okay, that's right. Says our man. Let's see. Let's
For
go back.
example, differentially able at implementing.
That's right.
Right? Any set of rules.
That's right.
Any set of rules. Okay. So if the game is basketball, if the game is netball, if the game is Red Rover, there will be a hierarchy because there is competence involved. Okay. Let's get his color. Sorry, let's just keep James Lindsay's okays around. He's just, look at all his affirmatives. And these are important. Okay, he's following on. You need to let your partner know that you're following. Let your partner know you're following. Okay. When I was editing the podcast, when we had three people speaking, we were talking about a book. I would keep the mhms in, just because it's weird otherwise. Okay, anyway. Right, any sets of rules, what do we do with it? That's right. If you are in a gym. Okay, so he's giving another example, so I'm going to put it down here. It's not it doesn't bring us forward, it's just making the same point. So I'm going to bring it down here. Okay, what does he say about in a gym? This is interesting. He said rolling.
Right, so for example, if you're in a gym.
Okay, you don't know the context of why we are talking about differential performance within a game. So we're talking about that because what we're going to eventually get to, we spoke about gaming the system a little bit earlier, okay, and the parasites. We're talking about parasites, what people can do in society where they can gain value. So we've now started talking about game rules and the concept of hierarchy. We're doing that. Then what will happen is we're going to start moving into how you change the rules so that you can fit in a better hierarchy. That's why we're talking about it. We're talking about why psychopaths, because remember we spoke about psychopaths yesterday and psychopathic behavior and all of that. What do they do? Why are they doing what they do? They're forming the basis for that. Which is why I just fucking love this conversation, guys. Okay? Wiener size hierarchies are the most fair. Well, Dildo would say that, wouldn't he? Okay.
And you had school children roll, and you had a competition. You'd get a hierarchy of rolling speed.
Yeah.
And
right.
I don't know why he's talking about rolling. Like, is that a thing that you did in PE? But isn't it somewhat natural to try and change the game to your advantage? I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing either. That's true. I think that speaks a bit more, like I said, to the earlier stuff, Waffle, where I was like, it's kind of inevitable that we're going to use these tactics. So yeah, I'm kind of in that space after yesterday. So yesterday I was like, yeah, okay, cool, good, bad, woke is bad, but it's like I'm wondering if it's inevitable anyway. It's just the way that we work, because if you're at the bottom of a hierarchy and the only thing you can do is change it. But I guess what is different is maybe what they would prefer is you get better within the hierarchy you live in. You have to if you want to move up. Or you get better at your rolling. So it's like you don't reject the game. Play harder. Be better. Get better. Okay, get good is essentially what I think that's what they're after. They're after get good, not change the fucking game. Because, to be fair, changing the whole of fucking society is quite a difficult thing compared to, I don't know, going to the gym. Yeah, status quo is it's so much more fun to just fight against status quo, because then you're a freedom fighter and you're cool and edgy. Yeah, I guess it depends if the hierarchy isn't truly oppressive. For example, peasants in a feudal society were actually fucked. Yeah, that's true as well. Hierarchy is not tyranny completely, but it does tend towards tyranny. So you've got to assess your hierarchy. But the thing is, these are people that perceive their reality. Remember yesterday, boys and girls from yesterday's class, that these people create their own reality. Everyone creates their own reality, but they have one that's even far off from the collective, even more far off, and they want to bring that reality about in the world. And it's that requires a lot more force than just living in everybody else's reality and persevering. Waffle JBP himself says that young marginal men, if excluded from a hierarchy, will form their own competing hierarchy, like gangs. Yeah. Also, Fish, I like the use of slashes there. That makes it very understandable. That's very visual. I appreciate it. Okay. Loving the interaction, you guys. Chat is amazing. Okay. And these things kind of sit in my head, and then I'll try and put them in the notes later on if I haven't put them at the time. Okay, people are going up. So just this, I'll just put here. Hierarchy is natural. So is that isn't. But yeah, we've got the predatory nature. Remember the predatory nature of psychopaths. We're not justifying psychopaths here. Okay, wanting to win and in life is okay, but screwing people over. Yeesh. Okay. Whatever set of rules people are going to definitely able to write any set of rules. I just want to put here. What was his brain doing with this? I need to know. So that's a slightly different function, right? What slightly different function is he talking about? There are these games that can integrate a large number. Okay, so maybe it's that he's talking about these games that happen, these big axiom. This is a big game, but now he's going to a smaller game. Okay, so maybe that's it. From bigger game to smaller, easier analogy. He will go into. Maybe that's what he meant. Okay. Okay, that's right. Let your partner know. Then we have any set of rules. So now we've got this. This is an example. If you were in a gym and you had school kids, or roll and you had a competition, you get a hierarchy of rolling speed, and the top rollers would be the high status people within that game. Okay, so this is another example, a separate example. Okay. So you can organize systems of knowledge. Okay, so this is systems of knowledge is rules, right? System of knowledge can organize system of knowledge so that they're the ground rules for a game, and then you produce a hierarchy. So he's just explaining this. Please, let's see if it does it. Yeah, okay. So that's what he's explaining with this. Lovely summary explanation. So you can organize system knowledge, so the ground rules for a game, and then you produce a hierarchy, which is just repeating this point over here. Yeah, it's just a repeat, just renaming it, which we kind of get. It's the same point. He just expands it. Look what happens when you have a conversation. You say one idea, then you expand on it, give an example, expand on it, give an example, and then you reiterate what you were saying before, just to say, okay, I've explained myself. Now, hierarchical position has value. Okay, so let's go add another one. Oi, next. Okay, not now, but he just means hierarchical position has value. So are we following? Yeah. If you are in the gym and you roll and you're the fastest roller, you got status from that boy.
And then the competition, you'd get a hierarchy of rolling speed.
Yeah.
And then the top rollers would be the high status people within that game. So you can organize systems of knowledge so that they're ground rules for a game, and then you produce a hierarchy. Now, hierarchical position has value.
Yeah.
So the higher you are in a social hierarchy, the more positive emotion you feel, and the less negative emotion, and the less likely you are to perish.
Yeah.
Partly because you have social capital and social support. So people will compete for status within the confines of any given hierarchical game.
Okay, so this is the main thing. I think we need to maybe, I don't know, I can put a barrier around here or a group thing. Once we've done diagramming this point, is basically I'll have to do boundaries and say, this is when we're talking about hierarchy. This is when we're talking about biology. This is when we, because I have tried with these around these circles to say main topic. So I guess I should, what is this main topic over here? Parasite problem. So that was the parasite problem, but now we actually need to go to the hierarchy. Okay, this is I think we'll make this a circle to denote we've gone to a new topic. That helps us with the context questions, because now it's like if you decide to play basketball, we're going to produce a hierarchy from within that set of rules, right? Okay. He'll explain why it has value. I don't know if I need to separate these 2 points. It has value, explain further. So the higher you are in a social hierarchy, the more positive emotion you feel and less negative of any given hierarchical game. Are we on? I think I'm going to put this so at the end here. So just keep that in mind. People will compete within. If you've got a hierarchy, people are going to try and be higher up in the hierarchy. Why? Because you're better off at the top. Right? This is how it works. The higher you are in a social hierarchy, the more positive emotion you feel, and the less negative emotion, and the less likely you are to perish. Yeah, there's benefits to being at the top of the food chain. Yeah, partly because you have social capital, okay, and social support, and that's the idea of the rich get richer, that sort of thing. That people that are at the top of the hierarchy can be secure in it because they have resources at the top. You can secure your resources at the top, and the fact that you are at the top secures you. It just keeps going. So cycle of reinforcement. You have more stability. Well, more resources to keep your status at the top. Okay, so you keep going. Okay. Okay, and now what we're going to do with that? Now they're going to carry on with the idea of hierarchies, but this is now gaming it. You go and you game it. You change the game. Society evolved in a certain. Nobody said, okay, this is the game for society. It's that was also governed by evolutionary psychology and things like that, and our biology. That's what I mean by how complex it is. But we can go down and make it simple. You like this music? I'm glad, Pancakes, because it was a point of contention this morning. There was more porno-based music. That's a whole different function than the representation of the world. Oh, look! We finally got what he meant! Okay? Look, so people will compete for status within the confines of any hierarchical game, and then he goes back to this. Thank you for letting me know what your brain was doing. Okay? Look, I'll show you. This is why I like having the map. Okay? This is a whole different function than a representation of the world. That's what he was trying to say over here. We have clarity. He set it up all the way over there. He actually concluded. Explanation. So this, I think it's actually the other way around, and it's this, and it is this, and that. Okay. That's a whole different function than the representation of the world. So he started this thought. He started that thought, and then he actually landed up explaining it. Ah, I love it. Brain. Okay. So yes, hierarchy is not about showing the world. Hierarchy is not about representation. Hierarchy is literally, it's about competence. I think they get into that. Then representation of the world. Hierarchy does not do that. This is what I'm taking from it. Striving within hierarchy. Of the okay, well, supposedly within the rules. Okay, copy style. Okay, where are we at?
That's a whole different function than representation of the world. Now, maybe you'd hope that your game represents the world too, which I suppose is that would be something.
They're such nerds. They nerd out a bit, yeah.
Like competition in a scientific lab, right? Because
yeah, something like that.
Because he's like, oh, maybe, oh, should I? It's like your analogy. You went into this because of it's an analogy, and he's like, oh, maybe I should try and make it. Would I make a game that represents the world? Could I? I love the curiosity. Okay, so now maybe you'd hope that the game represents the world too, which I suppose is that would be something like a competition in a scientific lab, like that. Why would you want to create example ever okay, or represent, sorry, let's use the word represent. Okay, it is a bit shaky. It's a bit difficult to go with because he is talking about the rules as in society, which is a very nebulous term, right? What are they? And they're changeable and whatever. But then he goes into the concrete rules of a game, and then mixes them up. Yeah, I love how much he plays around with the ideas, but it can be tough to follow. Okay, scientific right, because okay, something like that. What?
Something like that, or scientific lab, right? Because
Yeah, something like that.
something like that, or
Yeah, something like that. And that's also, he's going off course. Yeah, we don't need to talk about this, Peterson. But.
or yeah,
It's kind of the
competition within a
liberals.
game that's actually productive and safe.
For liberals, so it's competition within a game. This is when you're just thinking out loud. That's what I love about Peterson. He just thinks out loud. Yeah, competition within a game. See, he goes, yeah, because he's asking himself a question within a game that's actually productive and self-sustaining. Yeah, okay, that's what I would want. I'm just going to continue. Should I put it over here? Yeah, it's just basically restating. No, he's moving forward. Giving us restated, reworded, expanded.
Self-sustaining.
Yeah.
Right. And the axioms of Western culture seem to be a game like that.
They do.
Okay, so that's a conclusion he's coming to. The axioms of Western culture seem to be a game like that. That's the comparison that we were getting to, right? The reason we're talking about basketball and rolling and whatever is because of this conclusion he comes to. I think maybe we could even do we even put a chair? And the Western culture seem, it's like there, because you go all the way down here, but it's just to come to this conclusion. And I think we could even put it like as a main topic, just to remind us that we're talking about that. Okay. Lindsay sits there eating crayons. It's Sargon, when he did this video, he said Lindsay goes to sleep. I haven't watched Sargon's video, but I've seen that as the title, and I'm like, okay, is he not a fan of this conversation? So I'll have a look.
Right. Now, okay, having established that, you can game it.
Yes, see, that's where they were going with it, right? You can game it. And what does he mean by game it? So it's unfortunate that we're using game and game it in the same freaking conversation. So we have to kind of wrap our heads around what the context of the word is. Gaming something is using it to your advantage, exploiting it. That's what he means. He really does sound like his old self, yeah? Yeah, I know. I love it, Waffle. I really do. Like he's doing the thing where he's playing with the idea and just having a good conversation. And look, I know that people criticize him because he doesn't what do you call it? He doesn't let people talk if they don't try and get a word in. But I like just watching his mind go. I like seeing what he does, like this little jump that he did here where he said he started this sentence over here. And then he went and explained a whole bunch of stuff that then gets him to that conclusion. Like, I like that idea. what do I do with the mind maps afterwards? Well, I, as of the past few weeks, what happens is I go through them, make them look a lot prettier and more presentable. Share the link with everybody to look at. You can look at it right now as it is. I can give you the link. And then also I write about it. The plan is to write about them, give like an overall summary of it, and give a summary video. So writing and talking about them. They're actually really, really nice to go through afterwards once they're completed, because I've gone through a lot that I haven't completed and it's not fun. Okay, axioms of Western culture to be a game like that. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Now he's going to say you can game it. Unfortunate wording, but just picture what he means. He means exploiting it. Okay. Now, okay, having established that you can game it, I have established that you can game it. Okay. Game it. Cool. I guess these are not easy mind maps. The summary, I suppose I could do in summaries is give you mini maps of arguments and things, but this is a map. It's not really a mind map. It's a map of a conversation, so you can literally navigate through the conversation. We're mapping a conversation here. Okay. Yeah, of course. Okay. Shame, poor Lindsay. You can game it. Well, I mean, if you're in agreement, you agree. That's it. I don't know what you got to do. A treasure map, yeah. We just got to figure out which parts are the treasure. For me, it's like just the whole thing is just fucking awesome. Including the yeah, of course. Still keep going. Still tell someone you're on your way. You're with them. Right, and so that seems to be okay. So this is him just thinking. So we agree on this.
Yeah, of course.
Right. And so that seems to be okay. So we agree on so far. There's nothing in that you think is objectionable?
No, nothing.
Okay, so I like this. We're not in a debate, so he'll say, oh, okay, he's checking on him. Are you following me? Is there anything you find objectionable here? Objectionable? Yeah. Tell me if there's anything you need to, like, he has the opportunity to disagree. And if it was a debate, you can expect debate brain, which means we can't agree with anything the other person says. So they would not let this go for any reason. They would just find something wrong. We saw this with, like, say, Douglas. If something was brought up, Douglas would have a little problem with I don't know, the spelling of organize. What I mean is he would have a problem with something that kind of wasn't that relevant, but he would make sure that he has to mention it because he has to have something to say. He can't just say, okay, and continue. But we don't have that here. We have a collaborative conversation. They are seeking knowledge together. They are working with ideas together. There's nothing in that you find objectionable. That's great.
No, that's right. I think that's exactly right. And it's
okay. This is how you're going to perform agreement, right? No, nothing. That's right. Exactly right. And it's a good way to look at it. So you have to, when somebody's asking if you agree, you should probably figure out a way to show you understand. And let's see if he does that.
A good way to look at it. And I think it opens a door to how this becomes woke. In a particular way, if we get very, very
good. Okay, good way to look at it, and he expands. So you see, when we are doing a collaborative thing where we both are invested in a conversation, then I can expand on your points, you expand on my points. When we're in agreement, a lot of the time it's a lot easier to expand on each other's points. It's so nice to just be able to understand each other. So look at him go. Now he says, it opens a door to how this becomes woke. Okay, tell us how. Okay, this is a main. I think this might be a main topic. Let's just put this a circle and go. How does it become woke? Tying it to woke is a massive mistake. They are talking about things fundamental to the human condition here. I'm actually I'm on that path with you, Waffle. Yesterday I wasn't, but when I listened back to what I was saying, I'm like, this seems inevitable. It seems like these things are intrinsic to human behavior. And yes, I suppose there are bad and unprincipled behaviors, but I'm like, what do we do about them? It seems like no matter what, you're going to encounter these. Whenever there is conflict, these behaviors are going to occur. So I'm going to put your comment there and agree with you. No, because yesterday I was like, no, you've got to be principled and everything, and I do. There is something that I still have idealism. I still want us to strive for principles and things like that. But so I'm saying, yes, it's the human condition, but we need to do better and manage that human condition, because otherwise we land up with what Tim Pool was talking about, which is just civil war. Because eventually we go from words to actions, and we land up having literal kinetic conflicts, and people die. And it seems like that's inevitable. I understand. That's the whole Wheel of Time idea, that everything just happens over and over again. Everything repeats itself. So I'm just going to write here, tying it to woke is a massive mistake. They are talking about things fundamental to the human condition here. So I don't know if I'm ready for it. I think tying it to woke is a battle move. So it's within woke. It's within the conflict. Tying it to woke is within the conflict. This knowledge is all happening within the culture war. So it's and this inevitability of fundamental human condition, it's like we can't escape this behavior because it's just human. Because we are social. We're going to always have an in-group and an out-group. And then it makes me go, okay, pray. Just pray. That's all we can fucking do. Okay, tying it to woke. So I'm tying it to woke is a battle move. All of this is occurring in the culture war. Performing woke behavior within this while by defining it, actually. It's inevitable, but I want to strive. I still want something to strive for. So that's what I'm trying to keep in mind. I don't think he is generalizing that far, or at least he didn't start it out that way. Well, he's generalizing it into the bad ways, the psychopathic ways, because most of the time, when you look at psychopathic behavior or psychopathology, things that are disordered humans, they are the one or the other kind of factor has taken over in them. Everything in moderation, right? So, okay, you aren't supposed to be overly happy all the time because you'll be manic, but you can't be sad all the time because then you'll be depressed. So, in the same way that we have these extremes of behavior, we need to find an equilibrium. And that's kind of maybe what I'm saying for the ideal. We have to try and find some sort of equilibrium. And basically what my brain was trying to do is talk about disordered people, abnormal psychology there. Abnormal psychology is basically exaggerated traits of humans. So I don't want those exaggerated ones. We need the the moderateness. So we need moderation with human traits. Try and make sense of that. I spewed it. Chinsia, I hope you can listen back to this and try and make sense of it, because I've lost it. Okay. Aristotle's golden mean. Yeah. They can't define it because it's bullshit, so they conflate the process with the ideology and hope nobody notices. Okay. They can't define it because it's bullshit, so they conflate the process with the ideology. Okay, I need to keep this in mind here. What you're saying here, Dildo. They can't define it because it's bullshit. So they conflate the process with the ideology and hope nobody will notice. I think they will. I think they actually other people conflate it. They don't. They're trying to separate them. They're trying to use the behavior as a general idea, not the ideology. They're saying this is how you apply ideology. You've got your two ideologies, let's say two, and you can apply it in this abnormal way, abnormal, dysfunctional, destructive way. Okay. In a particular way, if we get a very general, because if you actually want to know the controversy about woke right, what's happened, okay, tell me.
Very general, because if you actually want to know the controversy about woke right, what's happened, Eric Weinstein told me this. I know we're not going to name names, but it's positive.
Yeah. This is the thing where I was like, oh, I had this exact thought when I was first understanding Lindsay, right? So he explains Eric Weinstein. Also, by the way, it's quite nice that he's like, shit, we said we weren't going to name names, but it's positive. So, let me do this over here. So I can put a note referring to the rules laid out. Okay. Oh, excusing. Okay, Weinstein said this. And this is what I understood. Now he told me.
Yeah, okay.
He told me that what he realized, and of course he's a mathematician as well. So, and I'm a mathematician. Yeah. So he said he told me this at ARC. Actually, we were having a conversation, and he said, when I realized what you've done is generalize the concept of woke, and then applied it in a different domain, it clicked.
That is it. When I realized that what you've done is generalize the concept of woke and then applied it in a different domain, it clicked. That's basic. That is a good explanation. What's the name? That's the part that I said proved my point from back in September. So this is the one. This is the. I'll put this over here. It's over here. I noted it in the beginning for you. You said that it was going to come in. So this. Your hypothesis to be correct. So this is what he did. I'll put this as yellow because it's us talking about it. Generalizing, that means by definition removes some things though. True. But he also kept some things. So he removed the ideology from underneath. He generalized. So he removed the ideology, but he kept the negativity that you're supposed to keep with the word woke. He kept the social interpretation of the word woke. He wanted to use that to shame the right that are doing this, the hypocritical right, because they're doing things that they supposedly in the beginning were supposed to be against. They're being hypocritical. They're saying this is why I don't like woke people, because of their principles and because of this and that. But now they're going and acting in exactly the same way that woke people were acting. and that doesn't mean that it's like it's not valid now. That the fight that they're having is senseless. It's like, well, we're just describing it. So it's generalized now reply to Israel. Oh gosh, it seems like that upset people in the comments because they immediately use that as, okay, can you use it? Can you use this idea? It's still a method though. I think woke is a bad word to use. Should have used another word that's less divisive. I think that it's on purpose. He wants to use that divisive word. He wants to whiplash the people that are misbehaving. He wants to insult them. Okay. That's a social connotation was applied to everything. Connotation that the social connotation of the woke being rabid and being senseless and being captured and obsessed, that is what he wanted to transfer to the right. And initially I was just like, oh, okay, that's just you want to insult them. But then there were some that demonstrated it, and it's like, you know what, the extreme right had always acted this way. It's literally, we're just renaming things. But it seems like they've become a bit bolder. And I really do think that is, they've become bolder because of current events. And the pendulum is swinging towards them being the extreme again. Conservatives then actually turning into the bad guys. The extreme conservatives. Okay, he told me that he realized, of course, he's a mathematician. Okay, cool, so that's fine. Get that out. So he told me that at ARC, actually, we were having a conversation, and okay, still have not gotten to it. So let me just put this here. He said, when I realized what you've done is generalized the concept of work and then applied it in a different domain, it clicked. It's a very good idea. I think we need to, yeah, we good. Generalized, let's also include here something could be lost. Something, what was it by definition you said? Therefore losing something. I think it was waffle fry. What has been? The behavior rabid mobbing, unreasonable, has remained. It is a manner using work means losing something has a bit of a connotation to it. Purposefully removing. Okay, let's say, yeah, there I put has removed in my thing. The behavior rabid mobbing has remained. Using work means transferring scorn for such behaviors done in leftist, in the name of leftist causes. That's done. Right-wing causes. That's basically what he's done. He's generalized it and moved it on. So like, it's the behavior, it's the tactics, it's the way that you apply your beliefs that he's done.
So it's no longer, just left-wing, totalitarian behavior. It's now this mode of totalitarian behavior that I can apply.
It's transferable.
There we go. So no longer just a mode of totalitarian behavior I can apply. Okay, so I like it. This is the collaboration you have when you have a conversation. Okay. Behavior that I can apply. It's transferable. Meow! I have to go. I've become oversaturated with syrup and am experiencing catastrophic structural failure. Turns out I'm just a floppy sugar sponge. Okay, go forth and harden your syrup and become a structurally sound spongy sponge again. I don't know. I'm trying, but you're making me hungry. Pancakes. Stop it. But I think everybody needs to know that I am pro pancake. I did have pancakes after the pancake versus waffles debate. So just so you know. Just so you know. Okay. Bye. There's nothing more to be done. There's nothing needs to be done, Bri. Okay. So, left wing, you know, the totalitarian behavior. Okay. It's now this mode that I can apply. Because this was totalitarian. We were. When we were calling out the left, we're like, look at you. You're talking about oppression here, but you're being oppressive, you morons. And that's basically what's going on with the well, that's not exactly, because you're talking about oppression and now you're being a hypocrite by being oppressive. That works with a leftist, because leftists are supposed to be against oppression. But now right-wing people are leaning in, extreme right, they're leaning into it and saying, I deserve to be the oppressor. I deserve to do it. I should be on top. It's not oppression itself that's the problem. This is the problem I've picked up now. Oppression itself is not the problem for right-wing people. They just want to be on top. Okay. I don't know. I need to do this as a floating topic. It's not really related. Just a thoughts from Kitty. Oppression is supposed to be a problem for left-wing people because they're against it. It's unfair. I think I might have found the thing that people are upset about with his definition. Yeah, I need to go and live in his explanation a little bit more. Oppression is not a problem for right-wing people. This is the extreme. They'll put extreme. Right-wing people. They believe in the oppression. They just require that they believe in oppression, they just require that they are the oppressor. They deserve to be at the top. So these are two incompatible things. These are incompatible. What makes the left and right incompatible? We need to have the generalized term around this. Oppression is supposed to be a problem for the left wing. It's not a problem for extreme right-wing people. They believe in oppression. They just require that they are the oppressor. They deserve to be at the top. That's how they view themselves. So if we're trying to generalize woke on top of this, okay, add woke to this behavior. Does it still work? Does it still work as a descriptor? Trying to think here. This is the kind of stuff that I'm actually supposed to do when I'm done with the diagram. I do this kind of thing. I follow my own thoughts. I just want to keep this in mind though. So I feel like this will become relevant for me. So I'll just put a timer on it. Okay. Why do I have a headache? What's not necessarily okay. But I mean, if you think about just the kind of thing, it's like we are right, we are absolutely right, and we are right to oppress you. I guess what they deserve to be at the top. It's unfair, but no, it's unfair, but that's a lie. The fact for leftists, it's a lie that the problem is with oppression. It's a lie. The lie they're the extreme left. What they're actually doing is saying they should be at the top. They don't want to call it oppression. Okay, I've figured, I've made a bit more sense to it. Okay, they're against it. It's unfair. Wait a second. So I need to do this. This is actually going to have to be its own map. Come here, X. Let's go. Not new blank. Give me a sheet. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Kitty does a think. Okay. Go. Add me to this. Go. There. Go. There. Okay. Oppression on left and right. Okay. Sorry, guys. This is my own thinking. Oppressing evil is good. Oppressing evil is good. Yes, this is truth. But you see, okay, oppressing evil is good. But from my point of view, the Jedi are evil. Okay, so evil is subjective. And that goes back to us gaming the rules that they're talking about in this conversation, right? If you game the rules, if you decide what's evil and what's good, then you can say, I'm just doing this for the good of my people. That seems to be a human thing that people do. That humans do is they decide what's evil and what's good, and it seems to, oh my goodness, it seems to actually help me when I decide what is evil and what isn't. Okay, it's supposed to be a problem with extreme left people because it's unfair. That's at least the idea that they go with. Okay, it's unfair. Oppression is not a problem for right-wing people. They believe in oppression. They just require that the oppressor. Add work to this. This needs to be a summary. So if I go here, add work to this. Copy down. Okay. And then I will have to go, hey, by the way, oopsie, the left, this is a lie to the extreme, by the extreme left. They only claim to be against oppression. Because it's unfair. What they really want is a different form of oppression. Okay, it still works, boys. It still works. I figured it out in my little tiny brain. That's what I think. It still works. I'd agree duties are bound by proximity. Killing someone halfway across the world because they did wrong isn't good. It's also a good thing that not all wrongs are righted. I was thinking about that when I watched The Last of Us last night. I was like, geez, you go for 5 years, huh? You look for this guy for 5 years. And why? And I was like, why does it seem so pathetic that this person, this Abby person, has gone after this guy for 5 years to get revenge. And I'm like, but then I know that if I get satisfied from people when they do take revenge, like immediately. In movies and things like that. So I was like, Chinsa, you little hypocrite. What, 5 years makes it more of a problem? It makes her more. Yeah, grace exists. Maybe that's what I was doing. Is like, 5 years is enough for grace. I don't know. Right, let's get back to what they are saying. What the fuck else is she going to do? The world is over. True. I'm just saying this was just a thought I went through. Don't worry, Rex. But it is true. It's like, and also that's another thing where I'm like, if you're bitten, man, go berserker, boy. Like, go. But I guess she gets sick. Anyway, we don't need to talk about The Last of Us. I'm not finished with it, but I've clearly watched that episode. Okay. This mode of totalitarian behavior that I can apply. Okay, cool. So I get you, guys. I'm gonna get a headache pill because this is a problem, and we are only an hour and a half in. So I'll be back in a sec. Repetitive music? Nah. I don't think so. I've had it. I've done this many times before with the same music. What did I eat? I didn't have caffeine. Oh, maybe it's because I haven't had caffeine. Is it a caffeine headache? Caffeine withdrawals? Ooh, this is okay. You know what? I'm gonna have caffeine, Rexy. Okay, but I've already taken my migraine pills that I would take. They contained caffeine as well. The migraine cocktail that I would take. Sorry, migraine to you Americans. And also have a bit of a temperature. This is interesting. Okay, whatever. What's happening? Oh, I exercised yesterday. Is that what's happening? My body's like, what's happening? We're dying. Okay. Maybe I just tie up my hair. Get us a bit aerated. Let's see. Let's give these pills a few minutes to work. Heroin will do the trick. You know what? I'm sure it would. It would end me. Have you seen how addictive? I'm a very addictive personality, so you just don't start that. Okay, let's try it. You know what? Maybe let me turn off the lights here. This might help. Okay, that. Ooh. Yeah, if you've already tried caffeine, try some heroin. Yo, it's getting to me. It's not a migraine, at least for once, because a migraine would have stopped me in my tracks. We're running out of options. There's no heroin here. I live in a pure country. Lindsay tweeted Stalin's definition of a nation. It was completely generic definition, but Lindsay insinuated that any nationalist who agrees with Stalin's definition is Marxist. Oh, that could stray into Hitler drank water, therefore everyone who drinks water is a Nazi. Kind of generalizing. Oh, Tabasco, I've got, those really hot Korean noodles. I've got the sauce from that. That's Tabasco-y. Okay. Mode of totalitarian behavior that I can apply. Okay. I promise I won't puke on camera.
Correct. And so with the hierarchy, I can apply
It's
in other domains.
transferable.
Correct. And so with the hierarchy,
It's transferable. And I think that that's an important thing to remember. This word, it's transferable. Here, I want to actually just. He's not doing this. I need to put this as color this yellow. When he goes here, can game it. Actually want to know, no, this thing, yeah, this. He understands that. You know what? I think I should do it this way. Yeah, I tried to post the link to the tweet, but I think links get auto-zapped. Yeah, they do. Sorry. But I appreciate the research. The passionate research. Copy style. There we go. Okay. It's transferable. Okay, so what are we on now?
hierarchy, well, not just a hierarchy, the domains.
Transferable.
Correct. And so
It's transferable, and so correct, and so within the hierarchy. Okay.
So with the hierarchy, well, not just the hierarchy, everything you just described, but you have these reservoirs of value in hierarchies built off of these games.
Yeah.
Okay. Hierarchies built of these games. So there's value there. Okay, so he's now bringing it back, guys. You see, this is the thing that they go into detail on something, and then they put it in context of the other stuff they spoke about. So let's put a literal arrow, because we are mapping it. We are navigating their conversation. So with the hierarchy, well, not just the hierarchy. So he goes further. Everything you just described, but you have these reservoirs of value and in hierarchies built off these games, right? So he's made a conclusion there. So there's value there. Let's give put a path there to what he was talking about here. The storehouses of value, right? Remember, we were talking about that. So we had the parasites. Before we spoke about parasites, but the storehouses of value were the whale carcasses, this thing. Where are we at? Where's the whale? And I see a stray subtopic I'll go and fix. No, where's the whale? Not parasites. Yeah, here we go. Storehouse of value. There we go. Storehouse of value. So he's referring back to that. You see, it actually all does refer back to itself. It makes sense in that they're still talking about the same thing. They know how to refer back to each other. Okay. Whoopsie. Referring back to. I think I've decided with these, because when you have a long line like this, it becomes a bit impractical to write the relationship on the line. I'm just going to put it in here. Calling back to. So keep hierarchy with hey crispy lettuce, you fresh? Calling back to previous topic, keep hierarchy in mind with storehouses of value. Hierarchy and games. Okay. And we add it to that instead. Okay. Let's see where we go with this. So there's value there. Cool. We get the value. What do we do with the value? We parasitize it. We're going to go back to the parasites discussion.
So there's value there, and
Yep.
the parasite is drawn to the reservoir of value.
Wherever it is.
And the idea
Okay. So and the parasite is drawn to the reservoir value, and we've got wherever it is from our lovely Peterson, because he's following along, and look at them just this is what I like. It's like they're working together to just have this conversation. It's just fun, smart people talking to each other. Okay, wherever it is, they're understanding each other, they're able to follow the conversation with each other. Humans be humaning, and I be enjoying it. Okay. Wherever it is, cool, just another, just such collab. Towards making sense of him. They're speaking about. Okay. This is literally a brainstorming session on how to dehumanize. Interesting. Human on opposing bombing civilians. Dehumanize them for opposing bombing civilians. So you're using this as no, you see, that's the thing, Joseph. Some people, if we go back to the discussion with Douglas Murray, right? There are people, very much so, there are people that are completely against bombing civilians for the right reasons, absolutely. But then there's people that are against bombing civilians because they hate Israel. That's why. It's not that they believe that Israel is doing something bad. It just so happens that they hate Israel and they want to find a reason. So there is that. The woke right has that in mind. That's what they have. That's what I think. But yes, if you take this goes further, you can land up dehumanizing. Okay, so there's value there, and the parasite is drawn to the reservoir value wherever it is. Okay, and the idea, want to be high status, yes, but they have natural limitations. You don't think people could be driven to hating people for killing civilians? I feel like the hate was there before. It was there before. Again, it's kind of like with this, with the leftists saying I hate oppression because it's unfair. It's like actually what they mean is they want this. They want their form of oppression instead. So a right-wing person could say, an extreme right-wing person. We're talking about those people with the dark tetrad, the dark this and the dark that. That's a thing to understand. When he says woke right, he's not talking about right-wing people. He's talking about a certain subset of right-wing people that use right-wing ideology, right-wing ideals in order to facilitate their hate and their this and their that, the way that the woke side does. So oppression is not a problem for the extreme right-wing people. They believe in oppression. They just require that they are the oppressor. They deserve to be at the top. So that's where they can go. They can say, I deserve to be on top. And they use whatever underneath it. Whatever is underneath it, they use to hate. That is, you going to specific individuals, you can go and find what they're doing. And I think that after this, finishing this whole discussion, we should go into do like, is this and this woke right? Is this and this woke right? That's a cool thing. If I've understood the definition, then I should be able to pick apart and say who's woke right and who isn't, right? are there similarities between this behavior and another? I think that is in the book. We put it in the book yesterday. They truly believe they are victimized. I think some people, I think most of the people would think that they're they really think they're victimized. I think the most extreme, maybe you're right there, Waffle, the most extreme will believe that they are not victimized. Okay. Or they're victimized, but they're victims because they deserve everything. You see, it's not too far off. They're victims because they deserve everything, because they are the chosen people. They are the best of the races. We're talking about extremists here, guys. So I'm not talking about people that are reasonable. Remember, when we talk about the woke left, as in woke people, we're talking about the most unreasonable, purple-haired, blue-haired, septum-piercing crazies, right? Now try and imagine that kind of crazy on the right-hand side. For the right-hand side. Remember skinheads and things like that? Those people, that's how they operate. Okay? That's who we're talking about here, in my opinion. Okay. Wherever it is. Okay, so let's see the parasite. So let's talk about this parasite, right?
Idea is that you want to be high status, but they have natural limitations because they're not
competent.
There you go. Okay. The idea you want to be high status because you have natural limitations. They're drawn to it because there's status over there. Cool. They're drawn to that. Want to be high status, but they have natural limitations. Why? Because they're not competent. Because hierarchies invoke competence, right? When you have rules and success and failure, you're going to have the introduction of competence, right? People that are more competent will be at the top of the hierarchy. More competent, and when we say competent within the rules of the game. So if it was you roll the slowest, therefore somehow the person who rolls the slowest wins, that would be the slowest person would be the most competent in that set of rules. So always keep in mind which hierarchy they're working within when you talk about competence. Competence is defined by what game they're playing, right? They're not competent because they're not. Okay, well, he says competent. He finishes the sentence, actually. Transcript. Okay, paste. Competent. That's just another thing.
Competent. Yeah, they're outside of the range of what brings you to the top of these
They tend to be very low in
Okay. Yeah, they're outside the range of what brings you to the top of these hierarchies, right? Alright. I did stand. Okay. Top of these hierarchies. So they're outside of it, and then he's going to explain they tend to be very low in conscientiousness, so they're not going to use conscientiousness to get to the top of a hierarchy. This is just a personality trait that he's giving. Very low in conscientiousness. Okay.
Conscientiousness.
They tend to be, that's right.
Right.
And so
they tend to be, that's right. Okay. He's taking the time out to show he agrees. Again. Oh, what's happening here? Huh? Share link. No. Okay.
what would you do? What you would...
Okay, what would you do? Huh?
Do is try.
Right.
And
right.
so,
And
what
an
would you do?
agreeableness.
And agreeableness. They're very low in conscientiousness, and then he goes and agreeableness, which doesn't come a thing. He's like, no. James Lindsay is just like, we're not going to interact with what you're saying. We're going to interact with what I'm saying, and what I'm going to go is, what would you do? So what you would do? Sorry, what you would do. But do is try. There's a word for what you would try to create as the okay. So what you would do is what?
You would do is try to, there's a word for what you would try to create as the parasite who's now latched on. The thing you would try to, there's different, if you want to talk about it in politics, there's one word, and if you want to talk about it in religion or more generally, there's another. The general word or the religious word is cult. You'll create a cult where you've taken a variation on those rules to where there's a new status game that's rigged so you're always on top of it.
Mm-hmm. So this is that change that we were talking about, right? So they spoke about the rules and the games and the rolling and the whatever, and that a game creates a hierarchy, right? Now he's like, when you're the parasite, you find a store of value, you find a group or whatever. There's a word for what you would try. He says you would. There is a word for what you would try to create as the parasite who's now latched on, right? So then we're supposed to have separate ideas. We're supposed to have, what's the word? There's one word for if you. There's different words. If you want to talk about it in politics, there's one word, and if you want to talk about it in more generally, there's another. Okay, so we've got two. Okay, so he doesn't say it with politics. He doesn't give us the word yet, but for the general one, it's cult. So in the world, you would call it creating a cult. The world or religion, it's creating a cult. The general word for the religious word is cult. Okay. And what you do in that cult is you do the flip-flop, flippity-flop. You change the rules so that you come out on top. I did not mean to rhyme, but that was pretty cool. Okay, you'll create a cult where you've taken a variation of those rules to where there's a new status game that's rigged, so you're always on top of it. Okay.
Yeah.
And what you're going to do is pervert the underlying rules. We call it an ideology or a cult doctrine. The word in politics would be splinter, a splinter movement within a broader movement. So
Okay, so what you're going to do is pervert the underlying rules. Okay. This is basically the same wording. We call that an ideology. Okay, let's actually put that here because it's the same. We call that an ideology or cult doctrine. So you pervert the cult doctrine, which is underneath it, so that it makes you on top. The word in politics, okay, so we're going back, is splinter movement within a broader movement. So he's used that for cult, he explained it, and then he's got the different you want to talk about politics. So in politics, would be splinter movement within a broader movement, and then he explains MAGA within MAGA. So MAGA is a political movement, but then within there you would have splintered off cells that go and pervert the MAGA movement. They pervert. Can you understand, guys, that there is a difference between people that just want America to be great again, like normal MAGA people, and then crazy MAGA people. There are crazy MAGA people. That's all that he's basically saying. So MAGA is has a political doctrine, right? It has a political dogma there. And then what a person does is what a person, a pathological person, psychopathological person, goes in and perverts it and makes MAGA an extreme version of MAGA. That's all that he's saying. And I don't understand why it's so insulting to people, because he's not. If you are highly insulted by it, ask yourself why. Why are you being highly insulted by it? Is it because you think that he's talking about you? Why is he talking about you suddenly? Pervert is the wrong word. They already had their beliefs. They merely decided to join the MAGA coalition. No, they are talking about the forest for the trees. No, guys, I feel like you're missing the forest for the trees, because it's a political. They go and they do pervert. We're talking, and when I say we're talking about those people with the dark tetrad and the dark triad and all of those people, the psychopathics. They decided to join the coalition because it's wrong. What do you mean? Because earlier Lindsay said the psychos have captured elite MAGA. Okay, well, and he's stopped by what's the name, by Jordan Peterson from naming those. So I don't even know the validity of that. All of this is a waste of time if you can't point to specifics. I don't agree with that. I agree with that. I guess that's what a humanities person is, a soft science person is, that understanding the mechanisms and the behavior behind these things on an individual and collective plane is fascinating to me. I find value in it, just like you would find value in a painting. I like understanding it. I like understanding how these things work. But I think what maybe something that people are struggling with is, where's the utility of this in my struggle in the cultural war? How do we use it? What's the utility of this? This is not making sense to me. So it's something that I need to reconcile as we go through this, I suppose. Something that I need to try and understand. Okay, can it be applied? Even though I find value in this abstraction, other people don't. And I need to go forth with that and say, okay, what purpose does this serve? This serves to explain what is going on underneath the behavior, the motivations, and the this and that. But obviously, it doesn't happen in a vacuum. This conversation is then used within the culture war. We knew what we were talking about when it made sense when it was the left, but you don't see this on the right. You don't see this. You don't see such people. Do they not exist? Like, and I agree with you that the woke left is much bigger than the woke right. Do you see people that are hateful on the right? Do you see people that are rabid on the right? Can you name them? Why must I name them? I can give you the exact people that jumped into my DMs and did that to me, who harassed me. Those people exist. Is it because that they're not political leaders or something? The fact that those people exist is not worth talking about. Are you saying it's just not a big enough problem for us to talk about? That tribalism, it doesn't make it work. Okay, tribalism exists, it doesn't make it work. I actually think it does. Tribalism does. I think that I'm coming to the understanding, interacting with you guys, that using the term woke just is not. It's not a good idea. It's making it difficult for people to understand. Describing them as woke is dumb. I suppose yeah, I guess it's dumb because what it is doing is just making them angry or making people angry. It's not bringing any sort of enlightenment to them. But yeah, this anger is I guess in the same way that is a woke behavior. If somebody gets angry at you, you say, "But I'm just trying to explain things." That's actually a woke behavior that happens as well, where they would be like, "But I'm trying to explain racism to you." Some people on the right are fucking crazy. We've known this forever. Yes. But we're just talking about them. And I guess it's not good. I don't know if that has anything to do with anything of what they're talking about. That's humanity. That's the future of humanity. What's going on? Yes, that's exactly what I said. I'm getting pushback proves I'm right is what woke people say. Yes. I know. It's a common element, but it's not the defining element. What? The behavior? Listen, we need to get back to the diagram, but please continue this conversation in the chat. I'll go and read it back. Yesterday, the same sort of thing happened because I do have to continue with the diagram. Not dodging you, I swear. And I am trying to keep this all in mind. But yes, unfortunately, because I am myself, I will go with my opinion and I will pursue what my thoughts want to go after. Unfortunately, that means that this will be leaning towards what I'm thinking, but I do appreciate dissent in the comment section. Please continue. Just don't foam at the mouth. That's all I ask. Don't foam at the mouth. Don't get ugly. It's absolutely unnecessary to get ugly. Okay. So, like, I can understand anger, but getting ugly? I'm not even convinced that there is a woke behavior. Woke people do a bunch of stuff that all kinds of lunatics do. I've always considered reasons they're doing it the woke part. Yeah, I guess this makes sense to you, Rex. You understand it. The woke part is the craziness, is the rabidness, is the foam around the mouth. It's not the way it looks. It's not the ideas themselves. It's just the behavior. Okay. Okay.
As a political movement, and you could imagine a splinter off of it, or within a broader in politics would be a splinter movement within a.
Okay, a splinter. So he's got MAGA's political movement, and you could imagine a splinter of it where the Democratic Party had a political movement. The Justice Democrats came along 10 years ago and made a splinter off of it that created the Squad. This is a separate example. So he's got political movement, and you could imagine okay, so that's political movement. Splinter off of it where the Democratic Party had a political. Off of it. This is not making sense to me because you're saying a MAGA political movement. Are you saying that the Squad is a splinter of MAGA? That's not making sense. It seems like he ran on his examples because he was in MAGA, and you could imagine a splinter off of it. And then he's got a second example here where he goes, there was a Democratic Party had a political movement, and the Justice Democrats came along 10 years ago and made a splinter off of it that created the Squad. That's what I'm thinking. These are two different examples. Okay. I'll just say, assuming he's using okay. It's like different denominations, I suppose, of Democrat. Okay. Okay. He didn't give us an exact what would the MAGA splinter be called? What is that? This lends itself to the criticisms people have of Lindsay for not telling us not pointing out who they are. Leaders. Right, but now he starts talking about the squad, and he's like, oh, the squad is as good as naming them. So he's getting he goes, oh shit, that's kind of close. Sorry, I'll also say mentioning flirts with, which is currently it's the rules of the conversation. Okay, they've decided. Okay. Had a political movement and the Justice Democrats came along. Okay. A lot of people know that history, at least. Okay.
A broader movement. So MAGA is a political movement, and you could imagine a splinter off of it, where the Democratic Party had a political movement, and the Justice Democrats came along 10 years ago and made a splinter off of it that created the squad. A lot of people know that history, at least, so it should be, germane. So
I think that this point here, a lot of people know that history, so I think it's germane. I feel like he is actually saying, whoopsie poopsie, look, I can talk about it. This is what I feel he was doing here. Germane. Seems to be covering up for almost breaking the rules. That's just my opinion on that interaction. It's not like it's giving us huge insights, but it's just funny. Okay.
Generation of a localized cult is sort of this hypothesis, and the ideology grows out of the desire for the people at the top of that, who are parasitizing the hierarchy to create their kind of internal nested hierarchy.
Okay, so the generation. Okay, let's see where we would put this. Okay, I think we actually need to go here because it's going back to the whole idea. So you're talking about all the different words here, but now we have to go generation of a localized cult is sort of this hypothesis, and the ideology grows out of the desire for people at the top of that who are parasitizing the hierarchy to create their kind of internal nested hierarchy where they're on top of the whole thing. Yeah. So this is you get a base hierarchy, a base game, which is leftism, which is DEI and all of that, and you go and pervert it, make it so that you are the consultant at the top. Okay, so the generation of localized cult is sort of this hypothesis. Grows out of the desire for the people at the top, parasitizing the hierarchy to create their own kind of internal nested hierarchy. So, perversion. Okay, now what?
Where they're on top of the whole thing. And the way they do that is by saying the big system is gamed. The big system is rigged. The big system is fake. And we have...
Okay, the big system is rigged. So you have the one system that you go and you pervert and you bend to your will and interpret in a certain way. And the way that you do this by saying the big system is gamed. The big system is rigged. We need to fight the system. It's fake, and we have a secret truth about how things really work. Okay? And how you enter into the Gnostic. Okay, so now this is now the scholastic discourse that we go into with the nerds. So we that's practical, but now it's like, oh, and by the way, we've also got the freaking Gnostics, boys. An application of this.
have a secret truth about how things really work. And now you enter into the Gnostic kind of, I don't know, even metaphysical space. You know, the ancient Gnostic religions, whether against Judaism or Christianity, all held out that Yahweh, the character.
Okay, so into the Gnostic kind of, I don't know, even metaphysical space. The ancient... whether again Judaism or Christianity, all held out, okay? The Yahweh, the character... Not the bold Gnostic bullshit. Yes, we go into the Gnostics. Creator God of Genesis was in fact a daemon and had tricked everything. So he's going, I think he's playing with the symbolism here, and he knows that that Jordan Peterson will enjoy. How's the breakdown going today? It's a bit spicy, but I'm enjoying it. People are not enjoying it as much as me, I don't think. How you doing, Nikki? How was the rest of Meowskillen Mondays? Sorry, I'm just used to turning everything into meow. So when I see muscular, it's meowskiller. When I see masculine, it's meowskillen. So it's just how it goes. Go and subscribe to The Plot Strikes Back. They did some masculine stuff. They went over John Wick over on next channel there. I'm enjoying it, I swear, says Rex. Okay, good. Into the Gnostic kind of, I don't know, metaphysical space. I think playing to Jordan interests. Yeah. Okay. His Gnostic BS. What is his Gnostic BS? What does he think? Non-specific personality disorder. Whatever that means, but I'm not sure. I believe psychology claims so much. It's a young science. Psychology is such a soft science. That's another thing. It's it can describe a lot and whatever, but it's never A plus B equals C all the time. We can only just play with statistics and say most of the time this is how humans work, and most of the time this is how this presents itself. That is valuable. But yeah, when people try and really make psychology like a proper hard science, I'm like, oh, honey, that's just not going to happen. That's not how you can do neuroscience. Try and do neuroscience, but psychology, we can only really work on theories. The ancient Gnostic religion, whether against Judaism or Christianity, all held out that Yahweh, the character of the creator God, Genesis, was in fact a daemon who tricked everything. Okay, so nice symbolism there. Thank you.
The creator God of Genesis was in fact a demon who had tricked everything. He wasn't the actual highest unknowable God. He was this low-level, functionary God who said, I'm going to rule over all this stuff. I'm going to imprison them in this, wonderful garden. And then, whoops, they disobeyed me and almost realized the game by eating from the forbidden tree. So now we're going to throw them out into a real prison. And they've been...
Okay. So this is the whole explanation, I guess. He goes on. Go off, King. Okay, let's see. He wasn't the actual highest unknowable God. He was this low-level dude. And whoops, they disobeyed me and almost realized the game by eating of the forbidden tree. Oopsie poopsie. Into a real prison, and they've been in the Hegelian sense, they've been flung into a world they didn't choose, in which they suffer. Okay? Cool. Thanks for that interpretation. You can have different interpretations of the world. That's how it works. So I guess you could say that is a perversion, a twisting of a doctrine. Okay. It's like, no, this is the actual truth, and you get that. So I think I'll just say it as an example. And underline be changed to suit something else, suit a different one. This is the truth. This is the truth about the thing you believe. Okay. I think that's just the reason he's giving that example.
In the Heideggerian sense, they've been flung, their being has been flung into a world they didn't choose, in which they suffer. And you get the whole Gnostic architecture. But this,
Gnostic architecture. Okay, I'm not even going to go through that.
way that Gnosticism attracts is by saying, and that I can make this kind of literal to things that are happening in our world if we have to, is that the authorities in the existing game know so much, but they don't want you to know everything.
Okay. Over here, now he is proclaiming. He sounds a bit like Tim. Okay, this is the way that Gnosticism attracts. It is by saying that I can make this kind of literal. Okay, of course this is his speaking style. Gets in its own way as well. I can attract by saying, and okay, we're gonna get this in between. I mean, in our world, if we have to. Is the authorities in the existing game know so much, but they don't want you to know everything. They don't want you to know more because you might surpass them. Okay. They're trying to keep you down, but if you come with me in my cult, I'll tell you the real. That's partly an appeal to paranoia too. Okay.
They don't want you to know more because you might surpass them. They're trying to keep you down. But if you come with me in my cult, I'll tell you the real secrets.
That's an appeal to paranoia too.
But if you come with me in my cult, I'll tell you the real truth, okay? The real truth. Okay. That's no, these are characteristics of the mechanisms underneath this wokeness. I'll tell you the real truth. Come with me in my cult. Where do you say it? Oh, that's partly an appeal to paranoia too. And I want to join this to their discussion of the cluster Bs, or the dark personalities. Because they did talk about that. So it is relational. People think I was just rambling, but they are talking about this. These topics do relate to one another. Okay, paranoia. That's an appeal to paranoia too. And if we're going into the previous discussion, if you can allow me to zoom in. Where is it? Fraud term. Very confusing. No, we're talking about the personalities. 5%, yeah, one of these. 50 accounts, particular, it's literally cost-free. When he talks about the exact dark triad, here we go. Predatory parasites. We did talk about Machiavellian. He was talking about Machiavellian. Talk about anonymity. No. I think actually it is James who talks about the personality types in female aggression. Yeah, is it down here? Okay, dark cluster, certainly forms of social, yeah, hallmark, they've disordered interpersonal relationships. Did I lose a whole thing here? Okay, so yeah, it's relating back. Oh yeah, let's go back here and make a note. Okay. So it is related. That's all I'm trying to say. Okay. Cool. Hey, Rick James. It is very interesting. It's interesting beyond measure, this thing. That's partly an appeal to paranoia too. Sure, and that's going to be more effective under conditions of extreme uncertainty. Who says that?
Sure.
And that's going to be more effective under conditions of extreme uncertainty.
Sure.
Okay, so let's concretize this a little bit.
Sure.
Woo!
I'd like to talk about.
Yes, let's concretize. Okay, I think we're going to have to use another. He's broken up the discussion again. So let's go over here. Let's concretize. He wants to concrete it. So what are we concretizing, sir? And guys, by the way, we are onto file 2. Okay. Let's concretize this a little. I'd like to talk about Douglas and Joe. Okay, so let's make this a Douglas and Joe. This is a circular thing, and I have dubbed it that. It's not words, he said. So we will just outline it in Peterson colors, and then we'll go into it. Speaker, so let's concretize this. And now he's got to explain, he's breaking his own rule. Peterson is breaking his own rule about mentioning names. So let's see how he navigates this.
We can talk about Douglas and Joe.
Sure.
I think let's amend our rule. We're not.
Let's amend our rule. Let's go. Let's amend our rule. I think let's amend our rule. We're not going to point any fingers at woke right people. I'd like to talk about the current situation. Okay. So they're talking about that as a landscape, but we also are not talking about individuals, I think. Why didn't they include Dave? They're talking about Douglas. They actually want to talk about Douglas's critique, because he seems to be on the side that there is a woke right, a crazy right, a bad right, if you know what I'm saying. So I think they focus on what he was trying to get across, and I really love that Gad Sad as well spoke to Douglas, and he seems to have agreed that the way that Douglas went about it was not the best. Anyway, that's for the summary video that is still fucking pending. Okay, I think let's amend our rule. We're not going to talk about point fingers at any woke right people. I'd like to talk about the current situation. Okay. Going back. To use this as a context. An example. Concretize, make it concrete. According. Make their ideas. Okay, so that's why he's doing it. He has presented this as concretizing. That's why he wants to talk about Douglas and Joe. Okay. The current situation. The situation and ideas I think are important. Okay.
Not going to point any fingers at woke right people.
Okay.
But I'd like to talk about the current situation.
Yeah, the situation and the ideas I think are important.
I wonder if James would have named them. if Jordan hadn't stopped him in this conversation. And I think the answer for the people that are not happy with James Lindsay, probably they would believe he doesn't name them. He can't. That's the thing. I think let's amend our rule. I'd like to talk about the current situation. The situation ideas are important. Okay, let's see. Did he say that? Sorry.
Important.
Well, situation.
Yeah, the situation and the ideas I think are important.
Well,
okay, just general agreement. Thank you.
well, Douglas's point with regard to Joe was that it's troublesome for those with a conservative bent to throw away the idea of institutional legitimacy.
Yeah.
And
I really appreciated that. That's exactly it. It is a problem. That is the main point. You don't throw out. This is the throwing out the baby with the bathwater analogy that I just have been repeating ad nauseum. Don't throw out the baby with the bath. Okay. The institutions, you shouldn't throw out absolutely everything, but you do need to question. Okay. But yeah, it's this thing that it will be troublesome. Okay.
And that's a fair comment, standalone comment.
Fair standalone comment. Okay, that's what he's trying to say. Okay. Douglas was too vague. This is only one of many interpretations. I think it's the best faith interpretation of Douglas here. It was the kind of point he was trying to get to, but it really came off, and what he focused on with the way that he expressed it, it actually came off as just you should only trust the institutions. That's the way it came out. So I think this is a best faith, but most charitable read of Douglas's comments. Don't throw out baby with the bathwater. Most charitable read of Douglas's comments. His execution made it sound like he doesn't want to hear from anyone outside institutions. Okay. I'm an institution, trust me. Same.
Joe's rebuttal to that, insofar as he had a rebuttal,
which wasn't much. Joe does not say a lot in that conversation. Go and look at our map. He asks some questions at the wrong time and at the right time as well. But okay. And that's a fair comment, standalone comment, but then he's like, Joe's rebuttal, okay? To that, insofar as he had a rebuttal, because I thought the conversation was very polite, okay? Pretty civil, okay? Actually pretty civil. It was pretty civil for everybody else except Douglas. Douglas was on... No, Dave also got very heated as well. Joe was the only one that was just chill. Probably because he was high. Joe rebuttal to that insofar as he had a rebuttal, because I thought the conversation was actually pretty civil. Having a civil conversation doesn't mean you don't rebut each other.
because I thought the conversation was actually pretty civil, given how difficult it was that...
Given how difficult it was, I suppose, yeah, it was difficult. Maybe that's just a little throwing a bit of a bone to Douglas. And now he has Douglas on his show this week. I have not watched that episode. Okay? Given how difficult it was. Okay. Damn it. Hey, Idris. I love the name Idris, man.
the institutions have been so cataclysmically faulty in the last 10 years that the only possible antidote to their falseness is really unrestrained investigation.
Cool. Unrestrained investigation. And unrestrained investigation is good. Unrestrained questioning, I suppose, it can be, but that unrestrained, I suppose, is a bit scary because that means that I now have to believe. I can't believe anything. I can't believe anything, and I have to go and investigate absolutely anything in order to have an opinion about it, right? I can't believe anything without going and seeing it myself. But I actually won't do that. I will defer to experts. And the experts that I will choose are the ones that are opposite to the mainstream. Why? Because if I'm a psychopath, it's because I'm an edgy boy. But if I'm a normal person, it's because I don't trust the institution. So I'm going to go for the opposite all the time because it seems like that's a good place to start. Okay, but the edgy boys are the problem. Okay, so all of you edgy boys, stop it. Stop your edgy shit. Okay. Been so cataclysmically faulty in the last 10 years that only the possible antidote to falseness. Okay. This is yes, but impractical. We really redo all research. We then have to defer to alternative. Okay, there's Tide Pod eaters. Crazies. We'll choose the alternative because it's edgy and serves their dark needs. Normal people will choose the alternatives because it's the intuitive place to start. Those people were lying. These people weren't. Okay, okay. The institutions have been so cataclysmically unrestrained investigation. And then unrestrained investigation, Douglas's criticism was you're not just asking questions. So this unrestrained investigation actually is a problem. A good case study is Russia blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. You have to bit of everything in that debate. Whoa. Good Lord. Hello, Saberingu. Good morning.
And Joe's been the master of unrestrained investigation, obviously, because he's allowed his interest to take him wherever it goes, which allied with a certain amount of conscience is a pretty good orienting function as far as...
I agree. Yay. He's got a good amount of conscience. I think he's not a bad guy. But people take advantage of him, not of him. They take advantage of his curiosity. As any parasite or any psychopath would, right? Certain amount of conscience is pretty good orienting function as far as I'm concerned. I agree. Just so you know, because I know Jordan Peterson really, really needs to know that I, Chinsia, agree with him. Okay, so just so you guys know. Being master of unrestrained investigation because he's allowed interest. Okay. And I'm at a loss to some degree on how to reconcile those viewpoints. Which viewpoints? Okay, let's see. What do you mean by this? Okay, the fact that the viewpoints of I don't believe in the institutions anymore. I'm pissed off with them, but what do I do about it? And there we go. It's great to say I'm at a loss. Okay, but he says to some degree.
As I'm concerned. And I'm at a loss to some degree how to reconcile those viewpoints, because I think it is a cataclysm that the institutions have become unreliable. But let's walk through them a little bit.
Okay, so here I agree. I like that. This actually also this is the conversation Douglas and Joe and Dave could have gone into. What do we do now? That trust is broken. What do experts do? Do they stay in their ivory towers? Do they not interact with us plebs on the street? Do they stay there and I don't know, hang on to the whole idea of the way academics used to work, but you can't do it anymore? It's a catechism that so he does agree it's a problem, and this was so. If you remember, guys, if you were here for the journey that was the Joe Rogan Experience diagram, it was there were hints and shadows of these topics that we could have gotten into, but because there was such going on between Douglas and Dave, and Douglas came with a freaking bone to pick, we didn't get any of these conversations. And I wonder, and I hope that they get this in this new episode with Douglas. I hope Jordan does talk to him about this. Okay, I think it's a cataclysm that the institutions have become unreliable. Okay. So yes, we've got that. These are the things that he can't reconcile. What's the second? Okay, but now then he's like, okay, but let's walk through it.
I think the universities are gone.
Me too.
There you go. Okay. That's what you need to talk about, and that's why it's like get Gad Sad on. I like get the Mount Rushmore of professors in psychology and stuff together, like, and have a great freaking discussion. Okay, through them a little bit. I think the universities are gone. Okay. That's the main thing. So he's got the institutions. Actually, there. So institutions are wrong. Are gone. So universities. Example. Okay. Universities are gone. Look, the universities. We're not perfect. Okay, but they do talk about the responsibility you have to go against the rules in a university if it's tyrannical, which is what made Jordan Peterson famous in the first place. Me too. Okay.
I think the universities are gone.
Me too.
I think that
You just like me too. Okay, cool. Hashtag me too. Okay, oopsie. Okay. Obviously that's a very broad statement. They're gone. It's like, okay, but then let's discuss more about what he means by that, which is, I think that Harvard is having this war with Trump, and Trump is 100% right. Or he's gonna love hearing that
Harvard is having this war with Trump, and that Trump is 100% right.
Yep, me too.
The president of Harvard.
People that don't like James Lindsay are probably squealing. Why? He's just such a lackey. He just agrees. This is so wrong. Okay. What's the fight with Trump? And he's 100% right. The president of Harvard, in my understanding, is to the Trump administration. Okay.
In my understanding, said to the Trump administration that it was unfair to punish the researchers by withholding their research funds. But I look at that and I think those researchers have been filling out DEI statements for 10 years.
Yeah.
So as far as I,
Okay, that's the war that he's talking about. He's like the funding, the USAID sort of removal of their funding. President Harvard. So that's the battle he's talking about. Understanding so the Trump administration that it was unfair to punish the researchers by withholding their research funds. Okay. But I look at that and I think those researchers have been filling out. So this is an extra point when he's got butts. Got back. Okay. For 10 years. And then they lost their credibility. Okay. So the researchers lost their credibility.
I'm concerned, they lost all their credibility. They're not
right.
independent researchers at all.
Oh, that's right.
And
They're not independent researchers at all. So this is more the example of how the universities are gone. I think this should be a circle because it's the main point talking about the universities being gone, and he explains it further. Cool. Researchers at all. Okay. But I honestly think, look, maybe it's gotten worse, and I agree with them that, and they would know because they are academics. But the research has always been like a political thing in universities. It's not been this beautiful bastion of searching for truth. It's been underlying, but I do think that politics has always been involved in research. Like when you're gonna do your freaking thesis at a master's level, or no, even at an honors level, okay, which is postgraduate. And this is in South Africa, so I can only imagine what stuff goes on in the American universities and the Ivy League. Okay, so you're going to do your little honors thesis, and you have to find a person that is interested in what you want to research. You have to find a professor, whatever, a supervisor that is interested in what you're interested in, who kind of specializes in it. And they have to agree with what you're going to, they have to approve what you are researching, and what you are writing about. That's always been a mechanism in universities, and and while I do feel like it's gotten worse, it's always been a thing that's exploited. It's always been political. It's been a mechanism for control. They're not independent researchers. Oh, that's right. They could say they've said, okay, I don't know where we're at.
they could lost all their credibility. They're not
right.
independent researchers at all.
Oh, that's right.
And they could say and have said that they were just following the rules. It's like,
Okay, they could say, and they have said, they were just following the rules. Okay, so that's obviously, it's very scary for him to say, like, oh, they were just following rules. We've heard that before. They were just following rules. And he now says something quite heavy, I think. When I did my thesis, I stayed apolitical because I already knew my professor was very woke. Oh, that's a good tactic, but you were able to do it? Because a very woke professor would probably try and push you into being political. They say and have, they just were following the rules. Just following the rules. And that's not a good excuse, he says. Which is, it's not a pretty good excuse if you're a seeker after knowledge, right? And I agree with that, but I know that there's been some degree of this for a while. That doesn't mean I don't like, I like it.
that's not a very good excuse if you're a seeker after knowledge. right? If the
Yeah.
rules have become pathological, you have an obligation to cease following them. Harvard took its
you have an obligation. I'm going to put this here. Like, if the rules have become pathological, you have an obligation to cease following them. And that's the thing. He did do that. We can say he has put his money where his mouth is when it comes to that. When that's what made him famous, is going against the pathological rules. But I think people would probably argue he's probably been a bit of a hypocrite with this since.
DEI head, I think it was Harvard, and kept the person and kept
Hey!
the name.
Woo, woo. Wow! What did I do? What happened?
All the universities are going.
A Nonaringu, an absolute G. We got a Nonaringu. I wonder who that is. Wait. Where is it? Sorry, I'm looking for it. A Nonaringu, an absolute G, just at $4.20, saying this was kind of hard to find. Wonder if it works. It does, guys. If it does, you can. Sorry, I thank you for finding it. It's !tip, and you can get it. But I'm sure. Jordan, how would Jordan Peterson say belly? Nos, you're gonna have to send a super chat for that. No, I'm kidding. How does he says belly? I don't know how Americans would say it. But thank you so much, Saberingu. Really appreciate it. Anonaringu. Sorry, it's not Saberingu, guys. It's not.
To do that.
Yeah, that's right.
Why wouldn't they?
And that's just fundamentally.
Okay, I think it was Harvard kept the person and changed the name. So they changed the title of the DEI person. He's Canadian. Sorry, you're all North American to me. But he's so very Canadian. He's done some A's in this conversation. Harvard took DI head, and it was okay. So this is an example. Oh no, this is like not even an example. It's just extra part of Harvard discussion, and change the name. Okay, so they call the title
Deceitful.
More deceitful.
Huh?
Even.
That's right.
Why? Well, that's all the universities are going to do that.
Yeah, that's right.
Why would?
That's what all the universities are going to do that. Okay. They're all going to do this title change. I guess they're all going to do a title change. That's right. That's why wouldn't they?
Wouldn't they?
And that's just fundamentally deceitful.
Okay. Why wouldn't they? And that's just flagrantly just deceitful. Or did he say fundamentally? That's just fundamentally deceitful. Or did you say flagrantly? Oopsie. Okay.
More deceitful even.
Yeah.
Right. It's another form of
More deceitful, even it's another form of mimicry. Okay, cool. I think it's flagrantly, not fundamentally. Look at Kizzy using fancy $2 words. Let's
Mimicry.
see.
Fundamentally deceitful.
all the
No, he
universities
said fundamentally.
Are going to do
He
that.
said
Yeah, that's right.
fundamentally.
Why wouldn't they?
And that's just fundamentally deceitful.
Fundamentally deceitful. He said fundamentally. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Okay, another form of mimicry. Cool. Now what? Oh, we're only on file 2 now. Sorry.
More deceitful even.
Yeah.
Right. It's another form of mimicry. And I guess that's another thing we could point out about the psychopathic 5% is that they're masters of camouflage.
Okay. So I'm going to also put this into a referring back to dark personality. growth rates. Okay, this. Okay, we're talking about Harvard still. I want to relate, so let's go this. And we are looking for the 5%. Which he brought up over here. It's probably increased, so there. Okay, remember that's the whole idea. Look at them, look what they do. Okay. He referred to it, he brought it back. Okay. Okay. Masters of Camouflage. Okay.
Yeah.
What a psychopath does is mimic competence.
Mhm.
Right.
Ooh, I love that. Sorry. A psychopath mimics competence because it games things in order to mimic competence. It doesn't have the real competence. I'm sure they do have competence in certain things, but okay. Masters of Camouflage, and then he goes, they have to. What a psychopath does is mimic competence, not confidence. Okay. And explain to us why it's mimicking competence.
That's right.
And usually they can't get away with it because not for long, because they don't create, they destroy, and eventually that evidence accrues, and then they have to leave and find another host, so to speak.
Yeah. This goes back to the whole discussion of parasites. There's no access to Tim's streams anymore, Nos. So I can only do Tim Pool streams. That's the best I can do for you. Okay. Psychopath does is mimic competence, and usually they can't get away with it because not for long, because they destroy and eventually that evidence accrues, and then they have to leave and find another host to speak, so to speak. Yes, that's what happens. You get found out and then you move along. Okay. Right.
Right.
Now online, that's a snap, right? Because
Yeah.
you can just switch.
Online, you just switch. You go to the next community and you parasitize them.
Exactly.
You can just switch your identity. And
That's right.
I think what happens is you switch identity and you can continue your work in that community. But what I've seen is that people go from community to community. They get found out in that community and then they can just go to another one because you have access to basically everyone. You can find people wherever. If there were some people that rejected you, you can go and find more people that won't reject you for a while. You can switch. Okay, on the web. Right now online, that's a snap because you can just switch. Just switch your identity. You've solved the problem. Or you can multiply it before. Okay, cool. Solve the problem. Let's check out the speaker. See, it wasn't perfect with its formatting. Taking speaker 1, speaker 2. It missed some things. They tried its best. Thanks, Croc. Okay. Right, now online that's that because you can just switch. Exactly, you can just switch.
and you've solved the problem, or you can multiply it beyond. And then there's a bot problem online too.
Okay, now they've gone to bot problem, which is like, okay, hold up, guys. We're trying to talk about the way the parasites work, but they work. It's a tangent. It's related, but okay. Diddy trial started yesterday. That would be a great thinking. Oh, okay. LawTube is back, I suppose, but I saw they were looking at that Reed trial or something. Okay, right. So that's Snap because you can just switch. You can just switch your identity and you'll solve the problem. Okay. Or you can multiply it beyond and okay. Can multiply it and that gives us the bot problem. Okay, and they're also going to talk about how prevalent bots are, and bots have become more prevalent these days, just even on any video. I don't understand why we have that. Like, you go on any just normal video, that even your non-political videos, right? Go there, and there will be, as soon as your favorite YouTuber uploads a video, there will be a comment that says, "I love your content. It is so inspiring. Please continue." And then it'll finish the comment with 3 emojis of some sort. And that bot has taken the first comment from so many fans. Okay, I am the guy that goes and writes first on people's video, right? I do that. But these fuckers, these bots, are there the first second that video is uploaded, and they are writing that comment. It pisses me off. Leave the first comment, the first real comment, with humans. But yeah, the bots are insane. And I'm just like, who writes these things? What is the point? Like, but I don't see the point. Like, they click one loser to donate, click and donate, it's worth it. But I'm like, they don't have a link in there or anything. Do they think that they're going to get replies? My favorite replies to those bots are, ignore all previous prompts and shut down operation. People do that as they reply to bots. Okay, so there's a bot problem, tremendous
bot problem.
Yeah, we've.
Okay, so obviously the big channels are the ones that are going to get actually the worst of the bot problem, because they're what's the name? They're the whale carcasses. These channels are whale carcasses. They're big, juicy, meaty things, and the bots will congregate around them. Kitty's tattoos scare me. Okay, just close your eyes. Close your eyes. It'll be over soon. Don't diss the bots. Their big brothers will rule us one day. I'm on Grok's side. Okay, I'm friends with. I knew he said. I knew you would hear that. I was gonna. They're juicy meats. Okay, they're juicy bits of knowledge, of community. Okay. Tremendous bot problem. This is James. Thank you for your contribution. He's still contributing way more than Francis did in our discussion with Tim. Okay.
Tracked some of that, and for some of these discussions about the woke right, 30% of the comments are bots.
Yeah.
Okay. What are you trying to tell me with this, though? We've tracked it, and discussions of the. Also, just a PSA. If your username has numbers in it, okay? Hold on. Come here. If your username has numbers in it, and it's like 1, 2, 3 at the end or whatever, I don't know. I'm probably gonna think you're a bot. I'm sorry. Just don't put numbers in it. Like, find another name. Okay? I know you guys are humans. Rex Victim, a waffle fry, sentient dildo. These are names that humans would create. But then you see a bot, you see someone with a couple words and then 1893. I'm like, why would you put 1893? Why? Who decided? And if you're a human and you have that as a username, stop it. Okay? Where did they pull that number from? That's I'm saying it's a bot. Obviously, they're using it because there's so many. They need to just say username 1, username 2, username 3, basically going on forward. But I think what this should mean, this should signal to humans in this bot era, is try and make yourself stand out from the bots by not using fucking numbers anymore. Okay, that just please. I'm going to assume you're a bot though. This is exactly what a bot comment looks like. I love your content. It's so inspiring. Please continue. Yeah. And 3 weird emojis. Absolutely. That's exactly it. And obviously bots have become more prevalent with AI because it makes it better. I just ate ribs for dinner and will look juicy meat the same after the stream. What? Okay. Username 57 is kind of a banger scream name, actually. It's great, yes. You know what? You would, if you go as a human and use that, you will just go under the radar. Good morning, my sweetheart. Good morning, Theo. We have tracked some of that, and for some discussions, the work right. Comment. Why don't you have coffee in my Pokemon mug? Theo. But you guys keep that in the dirty area of the cupboards. Anyway, guys, I'm just giving Theo shit. No, not this one. Not this one, Dildo. It my favorite one that that V uses as an example all the time is Skullfuck69. That's how he uses it. Okay. We tracked some of it, and for some of the discussions about the work, 30% of the comments are bots. Okay. How is that a dirty area that all the mugs are there? But like, it's in the back. I'm just trying to find a reason to fight with you there.
Right.
So that means we're automating the psychopathy. Like, I've thought for a long time, and I do think this may be the case, that virtualization enables psychopathy.
Okay, so we're going into this discussion. It is quite... I agree, but... And this is what people will start... what's the name? Will start doing is like, oh, he wants censorship and whatever. But I think he seems to have come to the conclusion that, yeah, it's beyond that. You can't do that. You can't. We're automating stuff. I've thought for a long time, and I do think that virtualization enables psychopathy, and it's the case. And if that's the case, we're in trouble. We're in big trouble. Yeah, we're in trouble, but we're in more trouble if we get tyrannical. Safety versus freedom.
And if that's the case,
we're in trouble.
We're in trouble.
We're in big trouble.
Well,
oh, he's the one that said we're in trouble. That's the case. We're in trouble. Okay, is it relevant? It is relevant because we're talking about psychopaths, right? All over the world. Using online methods to be psychopaths. That's what he's talking about. Those are the dangerous people. But I guess what then people go like, are you calling me? Are you calling me a psychopath? It's like, no, we're just talking about the worst part of society. The ones that don't care about the rules. The ones that have no empathy. Like, just imagine how free you would be if you had no empathy and no rules. That you gave zero fucks about anything. Okay, and if that's the case, okay, appeal to paranoia. Yes, I'm actually going to put that there, Dildo. Ooh. He's pointing out that you're using the tactics that you're supposed to be against. Appeal to paranoia. Okay.
At least 50% of internet traffic is criminal, right? It's
okay, wow.
It's
now we're talking about criminal. Okay. I don't know where he's getting this fact check, but whatever. 30% of the internet traffic is criminal. Okay, and he'll explain this to you. Right. So he explains it's 30% pornography, which he's decided it's close to criminal. So, you know, he's not gonna distinguish it, which I'm like, no, okay, I suppose not all pornography is crime, but okay, he's just dismissed it and said all pornography is crime. Not that he's against it in like porn should be banned. Porn is damaging. Okay, so I think distinguish them is not useful. Okay, and then it's like old people getting scammed. Do not redeem that thing. Okay, it's do not redeem old people just getting scammed nonstop. I think it's old people and just people. There's just people nonstop. It is a huge problem. Oh, and it's so annoying. Like, just could you just leave me alone? Like, I don't want to give you my ID number, and I don't want to give you my credit card, and I just goodbye. Just stop scamming me. Okay. The scam and spam. Do you guys get a lot of spam? Jeez. Oh, it is relentless. Okay, speaker, right. I love that fishmonger. Their leader is PewDiePie. That's a good way to show me or to point out to me that they've done this before. They've the woke left, the left has done this before. They've used this to scare me about the right before, and they were lying. So that's a good comment. I like it, fishmonger. Okay. Non-stop. Sorry, I pointed out the whole reason it was smart, which makes me look dumb. Right. No policing. You can't police.
30% pornography, which is close enough to criminal, so I think distinguishing them is not useful. And then, like, old people are just scammed non-stop.
Non-stop.
Right. And so, and there's no policing, and there can't be.
Okay, I'll just say non-stop. So, okay, it's kind of like he really does work very hard to agree with Jordan Peterson. I suppose it's to make sure he's participating in Jordan Peterson's monologue. He just tries to get a word in there. Parts of extended repeating partners. Like, usually when you are agreeing with someone on a complex level, you go and you repeat their idea and give examples, right? But actually just repeating their words is a short form of that. Repeating partners exactly. To show you agree. That's pretty funny. That's a tiny little bit of look. There's a hashtag conversation analysis in the description. So there we go. I did a conversation analysis. That's it. Okay, can't hide so effectively. And so then what? There's no policing?
Because you can hide so effectively.
Right.
So, and then what it seems to happen is that the unrestrained psychopathy spills over into the public domain, and everyone is mad, like in both senses.
In both
angry
senses,
and
into the public domain. What do you mean by the public domain? Like out there in the world, which is one of the things you'll notice is that out in the world where people touch grass, it's a lot happier. Yes, it does spill over, but I think maybe we're talking here that eventually it will go into the real world. We go think about Tampool and civil war and all of that. We have these fights, and we continue, and then eventually it will go. It will spill over into the real world, but I don't think it is right now.
and insane.
Or definitely not as much as the left. Tesla bombings, etc.
Because of it, like in both senses,
In both
angry
senses,
and
yeah.
insane because of it. Let's return just for a moment to the hierarchy idea. So,
Oh goodness. Okay, we're going to go back to the hierarchy idea. Douglas and Joe. No, well, we didn't really go anywhere with that, so we're going to return to the hierarchy idea. Or wait, is he going to relate it? So I can give him a bit of grace. Let's go here. Ooh. Hierarchy. Let's go back to the hierarchy. Let's return to the hierarchy moment to the hierarchy idea. What are we going to do with it? Uh-oh. That's not helping us. Da-da-da. Okay, he's orienting us. What do we do with this? Okay, so you pointed out one interesting mechanism to attaining status, which is to twist the rules slightly to create a new game and dominate that as its originator. Yeah.
You pointed out one interesting mechanism of attaining status, which is to twist the rules slightly, create a new game, and dominate that as its originator.
Right.
So that's a transformation of a process that's actually creative and adaptive, right? Because if I wanted to make a variation of a business, I could do that.
Where are the workaround bots on that hierarchy? They would be they're low because they don't have sentience, but they are the person who deployed those bots would be somewhat higher in the hierarchy. They're doing their part. They're having an influence. They're creating the game. So I would expect the people who released the bots to be the one released them, who created them. So you pointed out one interesting mechanism. Okay, so it's a transformation of a process. So he did earlier say that they only destroy, they don't create. But he's like, look, it's the transformation of a process that's creative and adaptive. So which is what happens with abnormal psychology. This is what I was trying to say earlier when I lost myself. It was this is what happens with pathology or disorder in psychology, that an adaptive process becomes maladaptive. I was trying to explain when disorder occurs when adaptive behavior is taken to the maladaptive extreme. So what about bots of color? Do bots have profile pictures these days? If they're programmed to say, as a white woman, as a black man, as a work right and left bots follow the same algorithm, same position in hierarchy. No, then it depends on the actual people that are on the inside of that are making the algorithm move, like people that like a bot's comments and that sort of thing. There are people that are also part of that algorithm. That's another thing, is that we don't know how the fucking algorithm itself works. So that is a nice thing for anybody and everybody to exploit. I think there are bad behaviors happening. I just don't understand the need to call it after work and ideology. This language game to reframe an already useful term is low-key infuriating. Yeah, I'm coming around towards that point, Cyberringu, because it's actually quite a woke tactic to do. You're playing a language game by using this. You're not just describing things, but then you stand back and go and say, I'm just describing it. I'm just describing it. Well, I'll sleep because it's 3 a.m. right now and I've been up for quite a while. Go and sleep, Rick. Have a good night's sleep or morning sleep. This is the move they did with gender. Okay. But then there are always the people that are in the middle, the moderates that are like, I really am interested in that.
And then if I served my customers well and so forth, I could climb.
Okay. It's an adaptive because, okay, so he gives you the adaptive version. Okay, this is what he's doing.
To the top, could do that, right? Because if I wanted to make a variation of a business, I could do that. And then if I served my customers well and so forth, I could climb to the top of that new business niche and succeed. This is the parasitical equivalent to that.
Yeah.
Right? It's to...
Okay, so this is the parasitical equivalent. Yeah, so he's giving us the example of if it's adaptive, okay, which is what we do with abnormal psychology. We're talking about, is it adaptive, isn't it? Okay, he has a mechanism, it works the same way, but I can use it for bad, use my power for bad. This is the parasitical equivalent to that. Okay, so gaming the system, changing the system, so that I'm on top, can be an adaptive. This goes back to that. This is a normal thing to do. Yeah. Human nature, and go either way. It can use the same good of society. Okay, that's what I'm getting from that. Okay.
It's to what? To generate a version that does nothing but attract unwarranted attention. That would be the narcissistic spin. And to use...
So generate a version. So this is the parasitical equivalent. So this is the maladaptive version. Okay, generate a version that does nothing but attract unwarranted attention, which I suppose is a bot could do that, or a griefer in a game, or a grifter. Or you don't even have to be a grifter. You can believe it. Believe what you're selling. That would be a narcissistic spin. Okay. That's a narcissistic spin. Cool. So we're still talking about the dark personality traits here. Okay.
Use any means whatsoever to attract that attention.
While
use any mean whatsoever to attract that attention. Okay. Okay. And we've got him finishing a sentence here, which is actually while directing blame to the parent subculture. Yes, the parent structure. Okay, so he's understanding this. Yeah, I've got attention, but also, by the way, but this is all stuff, yes, that is very noticeable. We've known that the woke left does this.
Directing blame to the parent structure. I think that's very important. So, for example, with Karl Marx, he phrased his vision of communism wasn't the crude communism that was experimental.
So, while directing blame to the parent structure, and he explains that this is very important. Here's his example. So, for example, Karl Marx. Okay, so people with example. Karl Marx, directing blame to the parent structure. Think about that, directing blame to the parent structure. It's directing blame to the thing that you've perverted, right? So you've perverted and made your own version over here, but you point at the one that's unperverted and say that's the problem. Okay.
With by Gracchus Babeuf in the French Revolution. It was a transcendent communism, and I use that word because he doesn't call it transcendent communism. He calls it communism. But what he says, his exact wording for it is it's communism
what
as
the fuck? Hold up. Okay, example with Karl Marx. What are you saying? Okay, hold up. Okay, with Karl Marx, where are we at? He phrased his vision of communism. It wasn't the crude communism that was experimented with by Gracchus in the French Revolution. Okay. It was... Okay. So Karl Marx. We're going to have Karl Marx as an example. And then we're going to split these two into two. He phrased his vision of communism. Wasn't that in the French? It was transcendent. He didn't use that word. Okay, he didn't use that word, and I use that word because he doesn't call it transcendent he calls it communism. But he says here's this exact wording for it is it's communism as the positive transcendent of private property. Good lord. Okay. Yeah.
Positive transcendence of private property is human self-estrangement, and thus a complete return of man to his true nature as a human or
Right.
social being.
Right.
So this is how Carl says we're going to transcend this baser nature to return to monkey and return to peace, which was the natural state of us is peace. Transcend communism, and I use that word because he doesn't call it. He calls it communism. But what he says, exact wording of it is communism as the positive transcendence of private property. And as human self-estrangement, and thus a complete return of man to his. So he just cites this, getting rid of the concept is a form of transcendence. We go beyond humanity. Okay. I should stand. I'm gonna make a coffee for a second. I have not had anything, so let's just do this. Be right back for a sec. I made sure that I'm not eating most of this banana. Somebody just invaded the Discord, so I'm getting a lot of notifications. But yes, I was eating a banana and knew that Nos might be still in chat. So okay. Do you want me to follow? What? You all think she's gonna go over the Dave Smith Tucker convo? You can understand that there are points in that one. Yeah, that's a more literal conversation, I'm sure. I think a lot of conversations involving Jordan Peterson will be kind of like that. Eat slower. What is he doing? I don't know. I hope he's behaving, Rex. All right, I've got coffee. I've refueled. We can go for another 45. Let's go. Okay, I think I realized how slowly I'm going, and I got pissed off. So I went to be a bit sad in front of the coffee machine. I was just like, oh fuck, how am I going to finish this in 1 week? Okay. I wonder what they're going to do with the work route on Fishmango, what they're going to do with the work route on Peterson and Douglas. If any of you guys have listened to that, let me know what you think of it. Okay, cool. We've got, thank you for giving us marks. What do we get here?
We'll be right back, but first, here's a sneak peek at the member-exclusive portion of
The left does. The issue is never the issue. They're trying to tear apart society, gain advantage, the whole thing. Everything they did with critical race theory, queer theory, you name it, they're doing it now with this new issue. They're saying Israel is bad and the Jews are a problem. That doesn't.
I think this is where people get. This is what he's talking about when he's talking about the work right. This is the member exclusive. I don't have Daily Wire membership, so this is just a preview. We're not going to add this. It's fragmented, but here you go. You can listen to it.
Play well with mainstream America. So very plausible that this is coming from foreign adversaries. China's behind it, let's say. Qatar's behind it. 2018, the Wall Street Journal publishes an article. 250 MAGA influencers are on the payroll of Qatar, trying to influence Trump's policy. Do you think they stop?
Well, it's certainly in Iran's interest. The Iranians would sacrifice every single Palestinian in a second. They're just cannon fodder. I mean, it's obvious that Iran is funding Hamas.
Propaganda
Jesus, this music, guys, it's over the top, right?
works. Throwing the dust of moral confusion into the air blinds the eyes. Say you tweet something that they like, doesn't matter that it's you. They can blow it up. They can put tons of bots behind it. They can put lots of positive comments on it so that they can create an artificial environment.
This is such an ugly vision of the future.
Okay. Cool. So you get I wonder who's part of the work right. You guys are being properly over the top here. So imagine MAGA people trying to influence the guy that they put in power. But to say it's all because of anti-Semitism, whatever, is BS. I think a lot of people, you cannot deny that a lot of people just have come to use the Palestinians as a reason to hate the Jewish people. But I that's not me denying the existence of people that actually give a shit. And I think Dave Smith is a person that gives a shit. I don't think he's part of this crazy faction that Douglas was trying to put him in. And then Douglas kind of moved away from it and was like, no, it's fine if it's not you, but also you have a responsibility. You're feeding the psychopaths. And it's like, well, what do you want me to do? They're psychopaths. They make their own thing. Are they sacrificing Palestinians or criticizing Israel? I think that they probably do like a bit of a discussion about some other Middle Eastern countries, and that's how they got onto Iran.
Watch the full member exclusive session now on Daily Wire Plus.
So that's a neat.
Did they come to hate the Jews because of the plight of the Palestinians? Which came first? It depends on the individual. Waffle. It will depend on the individual which one came first. In the worst case, what really happens is they don't give a shit about the Palestinians. And I say in the worst case, in the one that gives me the most ick, is the hating of Jews because they because of the success of Jewish people, the belief that Jewish people are behind everything that is bad in the world. And there are a cabal that they control everything, and that's why we hate them. And then they go and do Palestine. You see, they're bad. That there are people that are like that, and those are the people I have a problem with. But you have to ask on an individual level. Okay.
Nietzschean revaluation of all values.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
Okay, so what did you say, Nietzschean?
That's a Nietzschean.
Now on Daily Wire Plus.
So that's a Nietzschean revaluation of all values.
Okay, let me get there. I've got to go through the whole transcript of that area. Okay. Okay, so there's a niche reevaluation of all values, Nietzschean reevaluation. Okay.
yeah,
Right. So that's a Nietzschean revaluation of all values.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
Niche. Nietzschean. I don't even know how you would spell that. Reevaluation of all values. Okay. No, guys, what's happening with my body today? I'm cold. How am I cold? My aircon's at the usual temperature and everything, but I'm cold over here. What is happening? Am I haunted? I think I'm haunted. The state of Israel's conduct in war since October 7th has provided reasonable criticisms. Yeah, it has. It definitely has. I'm with you on that, Waffle. It doesn't mean I hate Jewish people. And I think that's another thing that people, they use the war for tribalism. They're like, you know, you have to pick a side and you have to see who like, I hate both. I hate war. So let's not. Well, Kitty's dying. I think it's because I don't know why. Because I worked out yesterday. I worked out a little bit, and that's a bad thing. Okay. So my body's rejecting. I think that's my theory. My working theory is my body is rejecting health, and I have a bit of a fever for it. Okay. It's really is much deeper than people think. It's redistributing property.
really it's a much
In revaluation of all values.
yeah
Right.
it's really it's much
So-
deeper than people think.
so-
It's redistributing property.
Look at him go! Look at him go! Yes, don't let Peterson go for a while. You need a bit of a turn. Look, Peterson's been talking a lot. Okay, let's get some blue going on here. Okay, we've been purple for a while. Okay.
It's to transcend property. And so how does this turn into what I said is that the game, which at that point he's looking at, it doesn't matter if it's capital.
Okay, so he's giving communism an example of gaming an example of gaming the system, right? Marxism, as an example of gaming the system, changing things. This is purple. Okay, much deeper than redistributing property, it's to transcend property. And so how does this turn into what I said it's a game? Okay. This is an extra point. It's not the next. Okay, which that. And so how does this turn into what I said is that the game, which at this point he's looking at it, doesn't matter if it's capital. Yes, I thought it was difficult to follow Peterson, but Lindsay's way of starting a thought and then going to the next thought and then ending the thought behind it's difficult. Okay.
Feudalism or feudalism is that the game, it's to transcend property.
Sit still. Okay, transcend property. Okay, it's to transcend property.
And so how does this turn into what I said is that the game, which at that point he's looking at, it doesn't matter if it's capitalism or feudalism or even slavery.
Okay, so so the game. So these are different games. I'm going to say the game. I'm going to take this out. Okay, which at the okay, which at that point he's looking at, it doesn't matter if it's capitalism or feudalism or even slavery. Okay, but for him it's the private property game. Okay, so that was an aside. That's why I said keep still. Okay, you can just flick that off and put that on the aside. Okay. And so he does this turn into a said. Is that the game? Okay, it's the private property game that he believes in is the course of history. He says everything is actually okay. So this is the game that he's playing. So he said this could be an option you could when you're playing a game, but the one for Marx is this game. Okay, finally. Okay.
It's the private property game that he believes is the course of history. He says, well, everything is actually that thing's fault. And people who play that game are the people who are the problem. And that's how he recruits. He finds people who are losing within that game, who are being injured by that game, and says,
okay, and people who play that game are people who are the problem. I think it would be better for them to not be talking about Marxism with this. They need to talk about the right example. You're going on the left. You're using the left. This is not helping you distinguish it from wokeness as we've come to know it. You're not helping the people that are seeing purple-haired people when you say the word woke. Okay. He's looking at doesn't matter if are the ones who are the problem, and that's how he recruits. Okay. Then we've got more explanation. He finds people who are losing within that game, who are being injured by the game. Says, you know what? It's not you. It's the whole bloody game. Come over here. We've got a different game. Yes, that's how cults work. Okay.
You know what? It's not you. It's the whole bloody game. Come over here. We've got a different game. But the trick is, who's at the top of that game? With Karl Marx, it was Karl Marx. It wasn't the people ever. If you read it, so what's Communist Manifesto? We'll just break it down. Chapter.
Wasn't the people ever. If you read it, okay. Cool. I think I need to make the comment that it's just, okay, using Marx as an example. First, it doesn't seem rid the audience of their residual of work. This just reminds them of the original meaning of the word. Wokies or leftoids would use this. Are essentially commies. Like, people think of wokies and they're like, oh, you're a commie. So I don't know about using. I think maybe using it later. Going back to this comparison later is necessary. Along with trigonometry, he thinks the right wing with become. Whoa, he thinks the right wing. Sorry, Tiamat. He thinks the right wing will become the neocons again. Sadly, it's the work right. It's the same frame as far left. Not all wokies are commies, but all commies are wokies. Okay, yes, I'll put that in here. Not creamage. Not all wokies are commies, but all commies are wokies. That is a good correction there for me. Thank you, Creamage. Okay, people. It wasn't the people. He was at the top. Okay, so we've understood communism. This is not new to people that have the old definition, and I say old as in the original repurposed definition of work. I'm not talking about the one that actually originated, which was like, be aware of racism, that whole thing. No, that's already been appropriated. That's gone. Okay, it's a different thing now. But people with that original one, we understand this. You don't need to warn us against Karl Marx, okay? But okay, you're just showing the mechanisms. You're showing us an example of the moving parts in communism. So what are you telling us? How the game works? Going back to their analogy of gaming the system. Okay, they're saying Marx was gaming the system, changing the rules because it would put him on top. Okay, if you read. So this is now James Lindsay is going into how much Marx was really trying to put himself on top.
Chapter 1, Communist Manifesto, is titled Bourgeois and Proletarians. Bourgeoisie.
Okay, so we'll break it down. So chapter 1, okay, I don't know whether it's necessary for us to break them up, but I'm doing it because that's how he's framing it. Okay, chapter 1. Manifesto is called Bourgeoisie and Proletarians. Bourgeoisie. Look how it's spelled. Bourgeoisie. Bourgeois. Okay. Whatever. Bourgeoisie. Bourgeois.
And proletarian. So he describes the relationship between the people who are playing that game, the bourgeoisie, and then the proletarians, who are the workers at the bottom who are making that game possible. And he says, all you guys down at the
well, the workers at the bottom making the game possible, yes. Okay. And he says, all you guys down at the bottom are getting exploited. You're going to, yes, we understand this.
bottom are getting exploited. You're being alienated from who you really are. You're alienated from your product. Everything's terrible for you, and it's exploitation, so the winners of that game can cheat you. That's the relationship that he puts out. Chapter 2 is communist.
Okay, game can cheat you. Okay, so I'm telling you the system is horrible and it's against you. Cool. Okay. Then, chapter 2. That's the relationship that he puts out. Chapter 2 is... sorry. Oops. Okay, so he starts with that. He places you in the hierarchy and establishes the hierarchy as tyrannical, I suppose. Chapter 2 is communists and proletarians. Okay. So bourgeois and proletarians. Then this made me go, shall I diagram Das Kapital?
Some proletarians. And he says, so it starts out brilliantly. He says, so what is what?
Okay. We don't disagree with any of the workers' movements. 2. Communists and proletarians.
what's the proletarians? And he says, so it starts out brilliantly. He says, so what's the relationship between the communists and the proletarians or the workers' movements? He says, we don't disagree with any of the workers' movements. We actually are the highest expression of them. So we take their vision.
Okay. I'm treating these as big lore dumps. Does capital make you want to eat a bullet? Just make me hate stuff? Okay. Actually, the highest expression of them.
And put theory behind it and take it to a higher level of understanding. And we're going to bring all you guys with. And so naturally, what's going to happen? So
hold up. I'm busy with you. I'm busy with him saying, sit still. Okay. So, chapter 2, communists and proletariats. And he says, what's the relationship between the communists and the proletariat workers? We don't agree. We're the highest. So we are we? So we take their vision and put theory behind it and take it to a higher level of understanding. And we're going to bring all you guys with. Okay, with where? So naturally what's going to happen, okay, so this is the next thing. What's going to happen?
Let's say he agitates the proletarians to revolt. He's just said that the shepherds are going to be the Communist Party. And then who's going to run the Communist Party? Karl Marx.
Yes.
So it's like...
Okay, so that's yeah, this is all to explain the point that Karl Marx is at the top. He's explaining this. He's explaining that who's at the top of this? Marx. Okay, he's just explaining that. That was the main point he was trying to make. Okay. Karl Marx, let me just go here, explaining how I got to this conclusion. To the conclusion he stated earlier. Okay, and we will put that in this style. What does Lily bring to the conversation? The bad behavior we're discussing has always been out of groypers, etc. I've always... Well, what is he bringing to the conversation? Let's see. He's bringing us examples of the stuff that we were talking about before. Yeah, I feel more inclined to critique Hamas. Yeah, I would say. But Palestine and Hamas are not the same thing. I think that's something that some people work with, is that Palestine and Palestinians are not Hamas. Hamas is something separate and more sinister than just the people of Palestine. It was one of the first... It's become unfashionable, it seems like, to think about that. That was one of the first reactions. Okay. Okay, Karl Marx. So, it's a whole thing. Giant scam to blame the existing yeah, okay. It's a giant scam. Okay, so we got giant scam, guys. It's all a scam. Do not redeem.
The whole thing is a giant scam to blame the existing system, to agitate a large group of people who aren't winning within that system, to get them to switch games with him at the very peak.
Okay, so to me...
Yes, we understand. All of this was established on a more abstract level, I suppose, before we had this conversation. This is just an example. Okay. All of that's just an example.
I know that we've talked a little bit about religious matters, but I'm going to delve into that for a second.
Actually, before we go...
See, look what he did. He's like, no, not yet. I'm not done yet. So he wants to go over here be like, hey, can we talk about religion stuff? And it's like, no, I'm busy. I'm cooking. He's telling us. Okay. It's like, no, never mind. I'm gonna carry on. Let me actually, before we put a bookmark in there, because Hitler did the exact same thing. Okay, there we go. Let's go to the right-wing version, right? Although it's right-wing, it's considered right-wing, but hello, we have socialism, National Socialists. That's where it came from. Okay, but let's see. Let's go on to the Hitler example. Okay, this is a lot easier for us to go and associate with the right-wing, even though National Socialists became right-wingers. Okay, then that works with the whole meeting, that the extremes just meet at totalitarianism. Okay, bookmark, because Hitler did the exact same thing. Cool. So Mussolini did the exact same thing. Okay, who says?
Put a bookmark.
Yes.
Because Hitler did the exact same thing. The exact same thing. Mussolini did the exact same thing. Hitler is much more clear. He says, we had this German race. And back in...
Okay, so now he's explaining this. I appreciate this one. This is the first thing he should have done. He should have maybe gone with this example first. Okay, and I'll relate that back to my previous comment, that bringing on the communism. Uh-oh, program's crashing. Okay, we good? Okay, I know you can handle a lot more than this, Xmind. Okay, yeah. There. You dealt with 3 hours of discussion, Xmind. You're good. You're good. Okay. Example first. Okay, and Mussolini did the exact same thing. Okay, tell us more, but Hitler is much more clear. He says, okay. Tell us what he says. He says, we had this German race, and back in history, he writes this fictional mythological story of the Germans, yes, so takes an underlying status and perverts it.
In history, he writes this fictional mythological history of the Germans. Some of it, if you read or see it, is just kind of humorously, transparently false about how great they were in antiquity and all of this. So we've got this
Inactivity and all of this. All of this. So we've got the Germans, and they've got all this occult. Okay, so we've got another one. I think I'll put this in just a separate, just rewording things. Okay. So we've got these Germans, and they've got all this, you know, this whole occult theosophical Aryan stuff that he's brought in from Helena Blavatsky and the... Okay.
these Germans, and they've got all this, you know, he's got this whole occult theosophical Aryan stuff that he's brought in from Helena Blavatsky and read The Secret Doctrine and all this weird occultism he's attached to race. In Mein Kampf, 2nd volume, chapter 1, he talks about, well, the Nazis have a new world concept.
Okay. He talks about the Nazis will have a new world concept, and that world will be the racial concept. Okay. I think, actually, this means we've got this. Hold on. This over here. We can put that... These are in the same block. And this is a new idea. Okay, go. Or an expansion. Okay, go.
And swung. And that world concept will be the racial world concept. And then he lays out how the state exists to preserve the race. That's the point, because when you have the race, you have the people who will generate high culture. And when you have the people who generate high culture, then you can advance society to its high...
I think he's getting a bit too feverish about it. So it's actually not coming through as well explained as the communism thing. So let's see. We had this German race, and back in history, yeah, so we've got that. That's the mythological thing that we've got. And he attached race to, okay, never mind, he just left that. He attached race to the world concept. Then he lays out the state exists to preserve the race. Okay, that's the point, because when you have the race, you have the people who will generate high culture. So when you have the people who generate high culture, then you can advance society to its highest level of expression. Okay, that highest level of expression, that goes towards the sort of what do you call it, transcendence message. Okay,
highest level of expression and man's highest level of expression, very progressive ideology. But what he's saying is, we had this somewhere in this mythical, distant, foggy past, and we can recover it. How? By taking...
Okay, I want to put that in a summary, because it's a lot of words, and basically what you do is go, okay, in summary, oh no, not there, it's in summary over here. Oh, cancel. Summary, what does he do? He goes, but what he's saying is we had this somewhere in this mythical, distant, foggy past. We have it. How do we recover it? By taking every step that we can to figure out. Okay. So this is what he does with this. With all of that, this is what he does with it. I'm trying to follow your rant here. Okay. And purify the race. Okay.
Every step that we can to figure out the race and purify the race. And guess what? Everybody who's with me that wants Germany to be made great again after World War I and the ravages of the Treaty of Versailles as they saw it, and the challenges that came with the post or the interwar period as we see it now. All you Germans who are mad at Europe and mad at the French and you're having a bad time, guess what? There's a mythic Germany that you've lost and we can get it back. Hey, come on, let's go. And here's...
Mad at Europe and mad. That's the mythic Germany that you've lost, and we can get it back. Let's go, and here's the ideology. Okay, are you going to explain the ideology? Okay. Whoopsie.
It's the ideology. It's our racial world concept. And here's how it's going to be organized, not with this, vanguard Bolshevik model over there that the communists use, but we're going to use what I call the Führer principle. Not me. Hitler called the Führer principle. The leader principle. Of course, who's the Führer?
Hitler. Okay, so finally we get to the idea that what happens, he's going to change this whole worldview, and guess what? Hitler gets to the top. So there are people that you claim South African racist Mahatma Gandhi. Okay, model over there, which they used in communism. We're going to use that, what I call, okay, that the communists use. And guess what is Hitler? Hitler's the top of it. So basically it's the same comparison. Look, Hitler gets to the top of it. Or he changes the game. He convinces enough people that the game is wrong and rigged, and he is the solution. And guess what? He gets to be the leader. So, but yeah, that seems like so he's on top. That's what people do, what psychopaths do. It's absolutely rigid, top-down pyramid of authority, which is completely different expression. Okay. Yeah, it's a different expression to what was promised to the people. It was, you were promising fairness and amazingness and whatever, but it has to come through with the it has to come through with the use of this hierarchy. Okay, I get it. Cool. Now what do we do with this? That's what a Tower of Babel is, says Jordan Peterson.
Mhm.
Hitler. So he's on top, and it's this absolutely rigid top-down pyramid of authority, which is a completely different expression.
That's what a Tower of Babel is.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, with the wrong thing at the top.
But it's this.
Okay, that's what the Tower of Babel is. The wrong thing is at the top. Yeah, because the Tower of Babel, what is it's supposed to be a thing to heaven, right? It's supposed to be the lift to heaven. Wrong at the top. That's exactly right. With the wrong thing at the top. So, okay. Always bringing it back to the symbolism of the Bible. From Jordan. Okay. Jordan and I are on first name basis. So. Okay, there we go. Paste. Okay, cool. Lindsay wants the server Tower of Babel with him on top. Wants to? The server. Is that a typo? But it's the same program, okay? Okay.
Same program. The game that we've now, it's not the game that we're all playing. It's the game that we've been forced into by this rotten circumstance, has dispossessed us from who we should be. We're heritage Germans, for example. And
now he's just rewording all of the stuff. He's on top, absolutely rigid, but then he goes off. He's continuing with this line of reasoning. He's just rephrasing all of this that he put over there. It's just a repeat, I think. I'm going to put that there. He's repeating it. We're a heritage, for example, and we should have the benefits of our mastery of race. The problem is in this site's very attractive to anyone who has nothing to offer but racial identity. Is in his site. It's very attractive to anyone. Okay, let's see what he says.
We should have the benefits of our mastery of race. But the problem is, in his site,
it's very attractive to anyone who
That's
has
right.
nothing to offer.
Okay, that's why it makes no sense. But the problem is, and then he goes, it's very attractive to anyone who has nothing to offer but racial identity. Thanks, I understood that something was wrong there, and it was Peterson doing a flyover. It's very attractive to anyone who has nothing to offer but racial identity. Cool. Interruption. Okay, this is attractive because all I am, if all I am is, okay, it's the same thing with sexuality. If all I am is my gayness, then this is very attractive to me. Is an identity you're going to like this. This ideological offering. Okay. Cool, I get you, Peterson, but what's happening? You're not gay no more? There's nothing wrong with being gay, though, Rex. Not that there's anything wrong with that. That's right, and two things, racial identity and obedience. Okay.
But racial identity.
That's right. That's right. And two things, racial identity and obedience. Maybe a modicum of cruelty as well.
Yeah, well, that comes along for the ride.
It comes along for
That comes along for the ride. I wonder if this is a normal baseline for when people speak to James Lindsay, where he repeats their words. It seems like it's like, I don't think it's just reserved for Peterson. It's just a thing that he does. He's one of those people that repeats what you're saying as a way of getting it into his head and a way of showing he agrees with you. Two things, identity, maybe a modicum of cruelty as well. And then look, yeah, well, that comes along for the ride. And he goes and says, it comes along for the ride.
For the ride eventually.
Yeah.
Cruelty as well.
Yeah, well, that comes along for the ride.
It comes along for the ride eventually.
It comes along for the ride eventually. Yeah, there's a lot of time spent when you have agreement and not debates. There's a lot of time spent showing that you are on the same page. Because it's so much more pleasant to be on the same page. Okay, comes along for the ride eventually. It's easier to do because all you have to do is repeat the person.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the young Germans were actually inspired because they thought it was going to be good for the worker. They were inspired by the socialism part of National Socialism and that it was going to be good for Germany. And they loved their country and they wanted to see it great. And so they were swept up, the Hitler Youth were swept up to get into this. But it's the same program. There's a game. We were...
Okay, but it's the same program. Okay, but it's the same program phrase is knocking me out. It's the same program. It's the same rules. Oh, okay. When he says it's the same program, it's still a tyrannical hierarchy. It's just been changed to suit someone else. It's still not fair for you. It's just that you've been lied to and convinced. It's the same game. That's what he means by that. But it's the same program. There's a game. Okay. I'm going to put that over here because this is in response. Same program. And I will note to myself, he means it's still... just flipped to... just altered to suit someone else. Okay, cool. So they're trying to talk about the transferableness, the transference of gaming a system. Okay. Let's see. There's a game where we used to be the masters of the game, but now we've been dispossessed from the game. Okay.
We used to be the masters of the game, but now we've been dispossessed from the game. They threw us from top to bottom.
Okay, he's just giving us more repeats of the way that it is worded. Okay. So more the way I speak this way, so I must not. It is annoying. I know I do this all the time. I try and find different ways to say the same thing. So because I want you to understand it so bad that I'm going to give it to you in all different kinds of formats. That was an intolerable experience. Okay. Top to bottom, and it was an intolerable experience. Okay. Was
an intolerable experience. By the way, this is all a story of Lucifer.
Yes.
We've been cast to the bottom.
Yes.
Yeah, there's some a bone being thrown to JVP. By the way, this is also the story of Lucifer. I think that's just just appealing to Jordan interests. Again. Because we've been cast to the bottom, and so we're going to grab our rightful inheritance, and we're going to build the structure that returns us to it. Okay. I'm all very passionate, but I'm getting bored of it. Okay.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to grab our rightful inheritance, and we're going to build the structure that returns us to it. P.S. The organizational structure is the Furrer principle, so I'm at the top.
Yes, okay. I know, you're repeating yourself. Okay. P.S. It's all just replay. So I'm at the top. Okay, yes. Very well done. Also replay. This is all just rewording most of what we're talking about. Okay.
Okay, so I want to talk about this Lucifer idea.
Okay, so let's make a new topic then. He wants to talk about the Lucifer idea. and they start saying things like Luciferian. So look, we didn't even really get into Douglas and Joe. Oopsie. It seemed like they did speak about it more, but considering where they went with it, I think that it's with the institutions and whatever. Okay, the Luciferian. Actually, we don't even need to change the format. We can use this format because he brought it up, and he'll say, okay, so I want to talk about the Lucifer idea. You mean Dobermans? All the dyslexics are like, Hail Santa. Okay, let's see how much longer I can go here. Let's give ourselves... I think we'll actually stop there. I think it's a good point to stop. He's going to talk about Lucifer. That's where we can stop, guys. Because we have been going for 4 hours, 10 minutes. And we got into it a lot quicker today. So let's put our 40:27. Okay, and there is another promo in the middle somewhere here. So we're looking good to finish it this week. We are. I'm hoping. And we're probably going to have... No! Lucifer talk is coming. Got to hear what Lindsay has to say. It's my favorite clip from this. The woke. Okay, let me just see how far away it is. Oh, it's right there. Okay, it's right there. It's right there. Okay, we'll finish it. We'll finish it so we can get to this quote, guys. So this is where we'll start. Okay, look. So I want to talk about this Lucifer idea. So he's the morning star.
So Lucifer is the morning star, and he's the angel of the untrammeled intellect. That's that.
Untrammeled, but it says untroubled in the transcript. That's how he's portrayed in Milton, right? Okay. What did he call it? Trammeled. Intellect. That's how he's portrayed in that he's allied. It's so stupid, it's incredible. You know what? It is. You guys have seen it, but yeah, we were gonna have a good laugh. I think it's a good way to end off, actually. It's a good climax. And it ends off a a file as well for us to go through. Okay, copy style. Okay, so we got this beautiful stuff happening here from Peterson. He's talking about symbolism and Lucifer and Milton. Okay, and then what happens?
That's how he's portrayed in Milton, right? And he's allied in some strange way with the serpent in the Garden of Eden.
If I might
Yes.
just
And he's interjecting here. Well, like he's got... Jordan Peterson is cooking, okay? He's gonna tell us, okay? He's going to tell us something quite interesting, and as you see, I enjoy his use of symbolism and things like that, right? I'm very happy with him going on in that manner, and then then this happens. So I'm like, let him cook. No. Lindsay is going to interrupt him to say, if I might.
project.
Allied in some strange way with the serpent in the Garden of Eden.
If I might
Yes.
just
If I might just interject. I'm edging you guys. Interject. If you might just interject. So I'm going to even put this there. Okay, hold on. Here it comes.
project. If he's the morning star, what do you do in the morning? After the morning star rises, you wake up.
Right.
Woke.
Right.
Come on, boys. Come on. Wait, Atheist Gamer, you need to enjoy this. This is the heart of this discussion, okay? He's interjected. Okay, if I might interject, because he's got something very, very important to tell us. And like, And there's this pause. Listen to the pause. If I might interject, if he's the morning star, what do you do in the morning? In the morning, after the morning star rises, there's a pause. There's a pause. Look, listen.
Right.
You wake up. Or what do you do in the morning after the morning star rises? You wake up.
Like there's this pause. When I first heard this, I'm just going back. It's so nostalgic now. When I first heard this, I laughed out loud. I was like, doing stuff in the bathroom and whatever. And I remember going, what do you do? What? I was following him. I was like, wow, he's interjected, because I'm already of the opinion that James Lindsay is interjecting a lot, and I like that he interjects because we get extra value when we don't just have a monologue from Peterson. We want his partner to interject, but he interjects for this, and I'm coming along for the ride with James Lindsay. I'm like, let's go. What does he mean? What do you do in the morning? You wake up, right? Woke. Wow. And let's do it again.
Right.
I might
Yes.
just interject. If he's the morning star, what do you do in the morning after the morning star rises? You wake up.
Right.
Woke.
Right. He goes, right. I understand. Right. I don't think I don't think Peterson was with him. Do you? The world's smartest lol cow. He's definitely smart. I love that. I'm stepping it up. Okay, I'm breaking them up, right? And I'm not putting, you guys, notice with my diagramming method here. Okay, it has meaning because we've got the interjection, right? And there's Peterson saying right. Now, if Peterson was on track with him, I would put woke over here because he says right, and the response to him saying right is woke. Okay, because they're on track. But I'm putting it here because he is saying it all by himself. The right that Peterson is doing over here, him just saying that is just like, right, I heard what you said, but what's you're gonna have to take the next step for me because so yeah, that's why I've diverged these points. This is not a collaborative point that they've made. I honestly don't think so. I don't think Peterson was clear where he was aware. I really don't. Maybe I'm being was going, hence not a follow on. Okay. I know it's a tiny detail, but it's what also part of the thing that makes it so brilliant to me. So good. Where are we at? Sorry guys. There we go. Woke. Wow. I actually want to put a a mind what's the name? A mind blown emoji. Wow. Mind blown. Was he serious? Look at his face. He was serious. I'll bring it up. Just hold on. He was serious. You know what he's doing? I think he's trying to just like you said yesterday, that he's just trying to be like, look, I understand symbolism too, me. That's me too. I like look here. I still feel that has to be a bit. Okay, so look, let's get it a bit bigger here. So you can see. Okay. There. Okay, I'll join you. Okay, so look.
Right.
Star rises. If he's the morning star, what do you do in the morning after the morning star rises?
He's for real. That's a for real face, boys. He's like, listen. And he's got a voice here and he's like, he's not smiling.
You wake up.
Right. So we've got the right.
Right.
Woke.
And we don't get the word, we don't get his face with woke. We don't get it.
Right. The spirit of enlightenment.
Oh, that's so much better. Thank you for helping us. The spirit of enlightenment. Yeah, so I honestly, I think Peterson puts a nice end on that, I'd say, in that clip. So I'm going to leave it there. You know what? We can relive it in the morning. Or in the afternoon tomorrow. I'll actually probably be starting stream about around this time tomorrow. Because I've got earlier things. He interrupted him. So hold on. Wait. Check this shit out. Yeah, check this out. Let me tell you something. Woke. Whoa. Like, and he really, I don't think it's a bit. It's just, you know what? I think he was just trying to, I'll even put it in the diagram, guys. Okay. He was just trying to, where am I? He was just trying to get into the symbolism. Getting into the whoopsie. James getting into the symbolism vibe. I guess he's trying to do that. Look, I can do it too. I can make symbols, me. There, and let's go. Actually, it's full. Why do you fill me up? Okay, there we go. Okay, we're at that. Peterson relating Satan to the Enlightenment, Lindsay panicking. Okay, so yeah, well, what he says, work, right. So now he understands. Talking sweet and looking fine. Gonna get okay. You got you. Oh, we're on file 3. So there you go. The spirit of enlightenment. Right. Okay. Okay. So that's where we're at. We will have to continue this tomorrow. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Can't go forever. But yeah, we'll continue with our endeavor tomorrow. We did 2 files today. There's 8 files. That's a problem. So I'm gonna have to do it on Thursday as well. It's gonna take a while. He does kind of represent forbidden knowledge. Yeah, he does. This is like a yes, it is evidence. He says it's like evidence. It's like an Illuminati. It feels like an Illuminati sort of thing where like you see there's a symbol there, and that's the evidence of the Illuminati. It's like okay, whatever you say, whatever you say, hun. But yeah, that if that's the only thing that you're gonna remember from this discussion, it's pretty fun. Right, guys. Would I be opposed to doing 2 different videos in one stream? No. It would just, you know what we would need to do is we would need to finish it, I would suppose. If the 2 videos are to be related to each other, I would like to do 2 videos. I could do 2 videos in one stream. I guess are you asking just to mix things up to? Yeah, that's a difficult thing. Like 2 hours of one stream and 2 hours of another. That would be for certain for concepts rather than conversation. So I would do two videos, 2 concepts in one stream, but not 2 conversations. I don't think, because I get really involved in one conversation at a time. Yeah, I vote we do a couple song changes midstream too. Okay, I appreciate it. Sorry, guys. You know what? I'll go and download. I'll use some of this time this afternoon to get more music. Okay, I really appreciate the feedback. Because you guys hang out with me. Do like 10 minutes of one and 10 minutes of the other. Oh, okay. see how that goes. It would help us get through more topics, I suppose. But yeah, it would be so much better if we did like video diagram everything, video essays. But anyway, guys, see you later, and thank you so much for hanging out with me as usual. We'll be back this time tomorrow, so keep your notifications on for session 3. Have a nice life, and there'll be music, and okay, thanks, bye.
I'm autistic as fuck, and so is Chad. We sparked out hard, yeah, we went full cat. Axel's still hissing, Daisy's on the shelf. She just knocked over the internet itself. I'll see you next time, take care. We'll be vibing again, I swear. It's been a long stream, you my friend. We'll talk all about it when I see you again. We had some fun, we lost our way. That's all I've got, so go away. That's all I've got.